Chapter 258. Inside the room, Lin Feng was fully focused on refining more than 30 types of spirit herbs into medicinal liquid. He then began to separate these medicinal liquids into different combinations. He didn't dare to relax at all because alchemy itself was something that required extreme caution. The slightest deviation could cause unimaginable consequences. Exploding pills and cauldrons were very common. If it was more serious, it could cause a backlash to the soul. That would be terrible. Under Lin Feng's control, the various medicinal liquids fused together to form an embryonic pill. Lin Feng wrapped the embryonic pill with heavenly fire and carefully refined it. This pill was called the Berserk pill. It was a yellow, low, and peak-grade pill. After taking it, one's body would go berserk. The so-called berserk state meant that one's body would rapidly expand and one's strength would increase crazily. Lin Feng had been studying medicine with the fire unicorn for half a year, and he was progressing very quickly. Today he wanted to concoct pills to break through to the top of the Huang and Huang layer. For Lin Feng, that wasn't difficult. Concocting pills was mainly related to soul strength and fire. Lin Feng's soul strength had already broken through to the yin and yang layer, and his fire was the most precious fire. Therefore, for Lin Feng, breaking through to the next layer was extremely difficult. In half a year, Lin Feng had already broken through to the next layer. If he could concoct pills of the Huang layer, 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 Huang breaking through 4 levels in half a year. If this news were to spread, who knew what kind of uproar it would cause? But this was Lin Feng's ability. What was a genius? No genius would dare to call themselves a genius in front of Lin Feng. 2 hours later, a shocking energy fluctuation came from the cauldron. The originally uneven embryonic pill was polished into a round pill by Lin Feng, and a rich medicinal fragrance floated in the air. Success! Lin Feng smiled. The fire Qilin nodded in satisfaction and said, "The speed of breaking through to the golden class is faster than I thought." Lin Feng said, "Actually, I feel that whether it's spirit arrays or alchemy, there are similarities." Oh! The fire Qilin looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "It's all about the use of the soul and concentration," Lin Feng said. "You sure know how to summarize things." The fire Qilin nodded slightly. Obviously, it agreed with the experience that Lin Feng had summarized. "Senior Lin, are you there?" At this moment, an anxious voice came from outside. "Who are you? Making a ruckus here?" Zhang Pingfan's voice was heard. Several disciples looked at Zhang Pingfan with some fear. They were all new students, but they were the most ordinary new students. And this was the Genius Camp. In the eyes of ordinary students, the Genius Camp students were lofty characters, unreachable characters. Therefore, they were filled with apprehension when they came here. Lin Feng was the most dazzling existence in the Azure Dragon Institute, and they didn't know what kind of person Lin Feng was. Now that he suddenly came looking for them, it was very abrupt. In their hearts, they were uneasy, afraid that they would attract some trouble. Under normal circumstances, ordinary students weren't allowed to casually come to the Genius Camp. If they were discovered, they would be severely punished. However, thinking of the words that Su Zimo had told them before he was taken away, in order to save Su Zimo, they gathered their courage and came to the genius camp to look for Lin Feng. "We are Su Zimo's classmates. Something happened to Su Zimo, and Su Zimo said that he is Senior Lin's good brother. So he told us to come find Senior Lin," a dark, skinny student said in a low voice. He didn't know if what Su Zimo said was true or not. In their eyes, Lin Feng was a lofty character in the Azure Dragon Institute, destined to be one of the top 10 on the Mountain River list, whereas Su Zimo was a very ordinary person, as ordinary as them. Therefore, when Su Zimo said that he and Lin Feng were good brothers, these people didn't dare to believe it. However, they had no other choice but to brace themselves and come find Lin Feng. "Zimo told you to come find me? Did something happen to Zimo?" Just as the few of them were feeling uneasy, a voice came from the courtyard. The few disciples looked over and saw that the person who came was Lin Feng. "Senior Lin." The few disciples quickly saluted Lin Feng. "No need to be so polite. Are you Su Zimo's classmates?" Lin Feng asked. The dark, skinny student answered, "That's right, we are Su Zimo's classmates as well as his roommates. Something happened to Su Zimo." "What happened?" Lin Feng asked anxiously. He and Su Zimo had known each other since they were in the Jialan Institute, and their friendship was very deep. However, Su Zimo's talent was limited. Although he had joined the Azure Dragon Institute, he was only in the outer courtyard. Another student said, "Su Zimo was taken away by the Blood Dragon Gang's Yan Wu Dao." "Blood Dragon Gang? Yan Wu Dao? What's going on?" Lin Feng's face sank. Zimo's sister came to the academy to see Su Zimo and was seen by Yan Wu Dao and the others. Zimo's sister is very beautiful, and Yan Wu Dao relied on his status as a member of the Blood Dragon Gang to be extremely arrogant. He openly flirted with Zimo's sister. Not only did he say a lot of obscene words, he even touched Zimo's sister. Zimo tried to stop Yan Wu Dao and fought with him. However, Yan Wu Dao was a member of the Blood Dragon Gang. He led a group of people from the Blood Dragon Gang into Zimo's dormitory and beat him up violently. He even took Zimo away and said that he would teach Zimo a lesson. We asked around and found out that most of the people who were taken away by the Blood Dragon Gang were crippled. "Senior Brother Lin, Zimo asked us to look for you. Please go and save Zimo," a blue-robed youth said with a long face. Lin Feng was furious when he heard this. Lin Feng naturally knew Su Zimo's younger sister, Su Ziruo. She was 15 years old this year and had been a beauty since she was a child. "Where's Su Ziruo?" Lin Feng asked. Zimo hid her in the dormitory next door, so she wasn't taken away. The tanned, skinny boy said, "Ping Fan, bring Ziruo to me," Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. "Don't worry, no one will hurt her," Zhang Pingfan said. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at the others and said, "Come with me to the Blood Dragon Gang's territory. Senior Lin, come with us." A few of Su Zimo's classmates led the way. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. His face was full of anger. "Blood Dragon Gang, you should pray that you don't hurt Zimo before I get there. Otherwise, I, Lin Feng, will turn the Blood Dragon Gang into a river of blood." Chapter 259. The Blood Dragon Gang's base was located in the northwest region of the Azure Dragon Institute. There was a large courtyard here where the Blood Dragon Gang members gathered. Not only did the Blood Dragon Gang have many powerful members, but they also had the backing of 8th Prince and several other princes. This was the reason why they could be so arrogant. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang had already infuriated Lin Feng, teasing a girl from the Azure Dragon Institute and taking revenge after being stopped. Was this the behavior of a student? They were simply ruffians, scoundrels, and scum. Most importantly, the person who was taken away was Lin Feng's good friend, Su Zimo. Other than their members, no one dared to come to the Blood Dragon Gang's base. "Senior Brother Lin, that's the Blood Dragon Gang," the skinny student pointed at the courtyard in front of them. From afar, they could see some members of the Blood Dragon Gang walking around the courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, there were 2 Blood Dragon Gang members guarding it. Lin Feng calmly walked over. The skinny student and the others followed behind him. If it were just them, they wouldn't have dared to come to the Blood Dragon Gang. But with Lin Feng here, their courage was boosted. Brat, stop. When the two disciples of the Blood Dragon Gang saw Lin Feng and the others, they looked arrogant and arrogant. Do you know where this is? How dare you come here? This is the Blood Dragon Gang. Scram as far away as you can before this Lord gets angry. The two Blood Dragon Gang members looked down at Lin Feng's group with arrogant expressions. As members of the Blood Dragon Gang, they had long cultivated this kind of superior attitude. Lin Feng's group looked like freshmen, so they naturally didn't put them in their eyes. Although Lin Feng's reputation in the Azure Dragon Institute was great, Lin Feng spent most of his time cultivating in the Genius Camp and rarely went out. Therefore, even in the Azure Dragon Institute, there weren't many people who knew of him. Therefore, it was normal for the Blood Dragon Gang members to not know of Lin Feng. What about the student Yan Wudao brought here? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. Oh, could it be that you're here to save someone? Senior brother Yan Wudao is teaching that blind brat a lesson in the backyard. Get the hell away from me now, or else I'll catch you and give you a good beating too, said a member of the Blood Dragon Gang arrogantly. Lin Feng's face darkened. Anyone who tries to stop me will die. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the courtyard. The Blood Dragon Society dares to barge in? How reckless! Two members of the Blood Dragon Gang sneered. Then, they threw punches at Lin Feng from both sides. You're courting death, Lin Feng coldly shouted as he quickly punched out. Boom! Two powerful punches blasted out and fiercely collided with the two members of the Blood Dragon Gang. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng's punches sent the two members of the Blood Dragon Gang flying. Their arms were broken by Lin Feng's punch, and they crashed into the Blood Dragon Gang's main gate. The gate was smashed into pieces, and the two fell to the ground. Because their arms were broken, they fainted from the pain. Lin Feng directly jumped into the Blood Dragon Gang's courtyard. Fuck! Who dares to barge into the Blood Dragon Gang? Courting death, courting death. Who dares to barge into our Blood Dragon Gang? Seeing the two members of the Blood Dragon Gang being crippled by Lin Feng, many members of the Blood Dragon Gang roared in anger. The Blood Dragon Gang was a lofty existence in the Azure Dragon Institute. Only members of the Blood Dragon Gang could do whatever they wanted in other people's territory, who would dare to behave atrociously in their territory. But today, someone dared to do so. This was no different from plucking a tiger's fur. Go, cripple this brat. More than a dozen members of the Blood Dragon Gang dashed out, each with a sinister smile on their faces as they rushed toward Lin Feng. You're helping the tyrant. Today, I'll wash the Blood Dragon Gang with blood, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He abruptly took a step forwards and disappeared like a shadow. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared in the crowd. Cheongqi treasure technique. Roar. A deafening roar shook the sky, and a Cheongqi beast more than 10 meters tall appeared. The Cheongqi beast bared its fangs and brandished its claws, swinging them out. Bang! 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 The Blood Dragon Gang members were sent flying by the Cheongqi beast, vomiting mouthfuls of blood in midair. Kacha kacha kacha! Sounds rang out one after another. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang who were sent flying by the Cheongqi beast had their bones broken. They fell to the ground and fainted. Such a one-sided battle was a huge visual shock to Su Zimo's classmates. Their faces were filled with shock. They had heard of Lin Feng's reputation, but they had never seen Lin Feng in action. Now that they had seen him in action, their hearts were filled with shock. The conflict in the outer court had attracted the attention of the Blood Dragon Gang. More and more members of the Blood Dragon Gang appeared. Who's there? Asked a tall and skinny member of the Blood Dragon Gang. He was called Song Shirkwan, and he was the 5th strongest member of the Blood Dragon Gang. It seems like he's here to rescue the brat that senior brother Yen Wudao captured, said a member of the Blood Dragon gang with a pale face. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too shocking. He had crippled more than a dozen members of the Blood Dragon gang in an instant. Who cares who he is? He dares to cause trouble in the Blood Dragon gang. He's courting death. Take out your flying swords and attack him, said Song Shirquan coldly. Yes. Immediately, more than a dozen members of the Blood Dragon gang took out their flying swords and attacked Lin Feng. Senior brother Lin, be careful. The dark and skinny student and the others cried out in surprise. They were the ones who had cleared the flying swords. How powerful were they? How could Lin Feng dodge the attacks of more than a dozen flying swords? Humph! Lin Feng's expression was extremely cold. He sneered and took out the Black Dragon sword. Lin Feng wielded the Black Dragon sword and slashed at the incoming flying swords. Clang, clang, clang. A series of muffled clanging sounds were heard. Kacha, kacha! The precious flying swords were all cut in half by Lin Feng's Black Dragon sword. Ah, how could this be? My flying swords! Immediately, many members of the Blood Dragon gang roared in pain. Even if they had an extraordinary background, it wasn't easy to obtain a flying sword. But now, their flying swords had been destroyed. It was equivalent to taking away half of their lives. Roar! The winged tiger's roars shook the sky. After Lin Feng destroyed a dozen flying swords, the winged tiger rushed into the crowd. Its gigantic claws were waving in all directions. A few members of the Blood Dragon gang were sent flying with each claw. Although the members of the Blood Dragon gang were strong, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lin Feng's Qiong Qi treasured technique. Wah! The members of the Blood Dragon gang were sent flying by Qiong Qi. They vomited blood in the air, and many of their bones were broken. Chapter 260. No matter how arrogant the members of the Blood Dragon gang were, they were still scared pale. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. The members of the Blood Dragon gang bullied ordinary students or those without a powerful background. They would never take the initiative to provoke powerful students or those with powerful backgrounds. Now that they had seen how powerful Lin Feng was, they were all scared pale. What are you afraid of? We have so many people. Can't we deal with one person? Song Shirquan said gloomily. He waved his hand and said, Use your martial spirits to attack him. Martial spirits. Activate. Immediately, dozens of members of the Blood Dragon gang activated their martial spirits. In a battle between cultivators, they rarely used their martial spirits unless they had no other choice. This was because using a martial spirit consumed a lot of energy. If they couldn't defeat their opponent with their martial spirits, they would be exhausted. The members of the Blood Dragon gang had no choice but to face Lin Feng, who was extremely strong. Boom! 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 Beams of light shot into the sky as all kinds of martial spirits were activated. Naturally, there were all kinds of martial spirits. Roar! A roar shook the sky. It was a beast martial spirit. There were dozens of beast martial spirits, such as a white tiger, a blood lion, a sky-splitting eagle, and so on. There were also Tool martial spirits. Tool martial spirits were weapon-like martial spirits, such as sabers, swords, spears, and so on. There were also some special martial spirits, such as mountain, moon, river, and so on. Dozens of martial spirits were activated, and the entire courtyard emitted a dazzling light and a suffocating energy fluctuation. How terrifying! The students of the Blood Dragon gang were shocked. The dark-skinned student and the others looked at the dozens of martial spirits with pale faces. This was the first time they had seen dozens of students activating their martial spirits together. Dozens of martial spirits were activated at the same time, and the pressure was unimaginable. Senior brother Lin won't be able to withstand it, right? Should we make a move? The students of the Blood Dragon gang looked at each other. Just back off a little. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice could be heard. The dark, skinny student and the others were shocked. Could it be that senior brother Lin alone could fight against dozens of martial spirits? They were shocked, but they didn't slow down. They quickly retreated and avoided the battlefield. At this moment, dozens of martial souls also burst forth with powerful attacks. Those beast martial spirits' roars shook the heavens as they charged towards Lin Feng's Cheongqi. The rest of the martial spirits, such as weapon martial spirits, mountain river martial spirits, bright moon martial spirits, etc., all rushed towards Lin Feng. "Brat, let's see how you'll die." Song Shirquan's face was filled with a sinister smile. He did not believe that Lin Feng would be able to withstand the combined attacks of more than 10 martial spirits. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing the attacks of dozens of Blood Dragon Gang members, he urged the Cheongqi treasured skill. The ferocious beast Cheongqi roared and charged at the ferocious beasts. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned his martial soul. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. A distorted black hole appeared around Lin Feng. When the densely packed martial souls of the Blood Dragon Gang's members came crashing down, the devouring martial spirit began to erupt. The black hole formed by the devouring martial spirit could devour all energy. The martial spirits of the Blood Dragon Gang members were enveloped by the devouring martial spirit and were instantly devoured. The attacks of dozens of Blood Dragon Gang members couldn't harm Lin Feng at all. On the contrary, Lin Feng destroyed their martial spirits. Isn't he too powerful? The dark, skinny student and the others were stupefied. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to destroy dozens of spirits so easily. The dark, skinny student and the others were astonished. They were astonished from the depths of their souls. At the same time, the ferocious beast Cheongqi displayed its invincible might. It waved its huge claws and fought with the beast martial spirits. The ferocious beast Cheongqi was too powerful. It sent a beast martial spirit flying with its claws. The beast martial spirits directly exploded in the air. Once a martial spirit was destroyed, it would be impossible to summon it again for a few days. This was because the martial spirit had to be repaired. Only when it was repaired could it be used again. After the martial spirits of the Blood Dragon Gang members were destroyed, their faces were as pale as paper. Lin Feng's imposing manner was like a rainbow. He stepped forward, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like a young god of war. The Cheongqi ferocious beast unleashed its might and killed all the beast martial spirits. Then the Cheongqi ferocious beast rushed into the crowd like a tiger in a flock of sheep. It waved its huge claws and attacked again and again. Bang! 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 The Blood Dragon Gang members were sent flying by the ferocious beast Cheongqi. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were deathly pale as they looked at the ferocious beast Cheongqi in horror. These Blood Dragon Gang members were usually arrogant, but today they were like stray dogs. Too savage. That's too cruel. The skinny student shouted in shock when he saw the one-sided battle. Who the hell are you? Song Shirquan's face also turned pale. Lin Feng was too powerful. He was so powerful that even Song Shirquan was scared witless. Lin Feng, you're Lin Feng. Song Shirquan was shocked. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to be Lin Feng. The Blood Dragon Gang had been investigating Lin Feng. They hadn't expected that Lin Feng would come to the Blood Dragon Gang alone. Lin Feng, there might be some misunderstanding between us. Let's sit down and talk. It won't be good for either of us if we shed all pretenses of cordiality. Song Shirquan tried his best to calm down. The Blood Dragon Gang's powerful members weren't here. He had to calm Lin Feng down. Lin Feng's face was indifferent. He sneered, "When you bullied my brother, did you think about reconciliation? When I came here to ask for him, did you think about reconciliation? Now you want reconciliation. It's too late. I, Lin Feng, don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. If anyone dares to step on me, I'll step on them 100 times. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll make them pay with blood. If anyone dares to touch my friends, I'll make them regret it for the rest of their lives." When he finished talking, Lin Feng smiled coldly and took a step forwards. It was as if the ground around him had shrunk into an inch. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng arrived in front of Song Shirkuan and threw a punch at him. "You're courting death." Song Shirkuan was, after all, the number 5 figure of the Blood Dragon Gang. His strength was also very formidable. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he shouted coldly and directly stimulated his martial spirit to attack Lin Feng. Song Shirkuan's martial spirit was a blood shadow azura. An endless amount of blood-red light gushed out from his martial spirit. The blood shadow azura was hidden in the blood-red light and rushed towards Lin Feng to kill him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he blasted a punch towards the blood shadow azura. The blood shadow azura directly exploded in the void after receiving the blow from Lin Feng. Song Shirkuan's martial spirit was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's powerful punch ruthlessly smashed into Song Shirkuan's chest. "Kacha kacha kacha" sounds rang out as Song Shirkuan's chest caved in from the impact. Song Shirkuan's entire body was blown away, and he ruthlessly crashed into the courtyard wall. His body fell to the ground, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood before fainting. Too strong. Song Shirkuan is the number 5 figure of the Blood Dragon Gang, but he was actually killed by Brother Lin in one move. The dark and skinny student and the others were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a god descending from the heavens to the mortal world. Several people were shocked and also admired him. Chapter 261. Inner Courtyard. Su Zimo was tied to a pillar. There were many torture tools in the courtyard. This courtyard was the punishment courtyard set up by the Blood Dragon Gang. Students who had offended the Blood Dragon Gang would be brought here, beaten up, and thrown out. However, the Blood Dragon Gang was very powerful, so the students who had suffered losses didn't dare to report it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to bring the Blood Dragon Gang down. Today, as usual, the Blood Dragon Gang had set up a torture chamber here. Yan Wudao and his men had captured Su Zimo and tied him up here. Yan Wudao himself wasn't a powerful figure, but his elder brother, Yan Wutian, was the second in command of the Blood Dragon Gang. Therefore, Yan Wudao's status in the Blood Dragon Gang had also risen. Many people had tried to curry favor with Yan Wudao and were willing to become his minions. "Bastard, I took liberties with your sister. It's your family's good fortune. How dare you hit me? I'll beat you to death." Yan Wudao had a menacing grin on his face. He had been punched by Su Zimo in the fight and was bearing a grudge in his heart. "Mother of asterisk cur. Kill me if you can. Otherwise, I'll take my revenge." Su Zimo was a very unyielding person. Although he had been beaten black and blue, he didn't have any intention of giving in. "Bastard, I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. Let's see which is stronger, your mouth or my whip." Yan Wudao sneered and waved the whip in his hand toward Su Zimo. Pa pa pa! After 3 consecutive whips, Su Zimo's flesh was lacerated. However, he grit his teeth and did not make a single sound. He glared at Yan Wudao fiercely. Looking at Su Zimo's terrifying gaze, Yan Wudao started to panic. "Brother Dao, something bad has happened. Someone has come to save Su Zimo." At that moment, a member of the Blood Dragon Gang ran into the courtyard in a panic. "Why are you panicking? This is the Blood Dragon Gang. Who dares to cause trouble here? I think they're here to die." Yan Wudao curled his lips. He didn't take it to heart. He knew that the Blood Dragon Gang was a powerful force. There were as many experts as there were clouds here. So, how could an ordinary person break in? The student said with a pale face, "It's Lin Feng." Everyone was crippled by Lin Feng. Even senior brother Song Shirkuan was beaten half to death by that Lin Feng. "Brother Dao, hurry up and run. If you let Lin Feng block you, you're dead for sure." Hearing the name Lin Feng, Yan Wudao's expression changed. He naturally knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Without thinking, he threw away the whip in his hand and ran outside. At this time, a young student appeared at the door. Yan Wudao didn't recognize this person. He coldly shouted, "Scram, don't block my way!" Bang! However, Yan Wudao was met with a flying kick. The kick landed on his abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Yan Wudao fell to the ground in a sorry state. The Blood Dragon Gang member who had come to report saw Lin Feng. He was so scared that his face turned pale. "Junior brother Lin, this has nothing to do with me. I just joined the Blood Dragon Gang. I haven't done anything outrageous. I'll leave the Blood Dragon Gang now. Please don't hit me." There were 7 or 8 other members of the Blood Dragon Gang in the courtyard. When they heard that the young man in front of them was Lin Feng, they all trembled in fear. "Zimo!" Seeing Su Zimo's miserable state, Lin Feng was already burning with anger. He quickly went over and untied Su Zimo. "I'm fine." Su Zimo weakly shook his head. "Take care of Zimo," Lin Feng said to Su Zimo's classmates. The dark-skinned student and the others quickly ran over and supported Su Zimo. Lin Feng walked towards Yan Wudao step by step. His fists were clenched so tightly that the veins on his hands were bulging. Lin Feng had 3 taboos. First, his family. Second, his women. Third, his friends. Whoever dared to touch them would touch Lin Feng's reverse scale. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him with a murderous aura, Yan Wudao's face was full of fear. The arrogance he had when he was dealing with Su Zimo had completely disappeared. Now there was only fear. "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Yan Wudao shouted loudly. However, the members of the Blood Dragon Gang did not dare to attack. Not only did they not dare to attack, but they also shook their heads and said, "Junior brother Lin, we're just small fries of the Blood Dragon Gang. Everything was ordered by Yan Wudao. We didn't even touch your friends. Please spare our lives." Lin Feng was too lazy to care about these small fries. He walked towards Yan Wudao step by step, his face filled with cold killing intent. Yan Wudao's voice trembled as he said, "Lin Feng, I'm telling you, my brother Yan Wutian, you must have heard of him, right? If you dare to touch me, my brother will definitely not let you off." Yan Wutian, the second in command of the Blood Dragon Gang, ranked 7th on the Mountain River list. In the Azure Dragon Institute, he was definitely a high and mighty existence. But so what? Who cares who your brother is? You hurt my brother. Then I'll skin you alive. Lin Feng's face was cold as he rushed towards Yan Wudao. Yan Wudao saw that Lin Feng had no intention of letting him off. His eyes flashed and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. Roar! In the next moment, the jade talisman turned into a white tiger, pouncing on Lin Feng. This was a spiritual talisman drawn by a spirit array master, capable of releasing a powerful attack. The white tiger pounced on Lin Feng at an extremely fast speed, its sharp claws aiming for Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng remained indifferent as a fist punched out. This punch ruthlessly struck the white tiger's body, and with a loud bang, the white tiger exploded. Lin Feng's punch lost its momentum and landed on Yan Wudao's chest. "Kacha!" Yan Wudao's sternum shattered, and he was sent flying. With a plop, he crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. With this one strike, Lin Feng heavily injured Yan Wudao. Lin Feng strode over. A cold expression hung on his face. He raised his right foot and stomped on the smoke bomb's left leg. "Kacha!" The left leg broke. "Ah!" An incomparably mournful cry rang out, and Yan Wudao almost fainted from the pain. Lin Feng broke Yan Wudao's left leg, but he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to stomp on Yan Wudao's right leg. "Kacha!" Another cracking sound. Yan Wudao's right leg was also broken by Lin Feng's stomp. Next was his left hand. "Kacha, kacha!" His left hand broke. Next was his right hand. "Kacha, kacha!" His right hand broke. Lin Feng broke Yan Wudao's limbs inch by inch. Yan Wudao's body twitched violently, but with his limbs broken, he couldn't move. Seeing this scene, the Blood Dragon Gang members were so frightened that their faces turned deathly pale. Every single one of them was frightened by Lin Feng's ruthless methods. If it weren't for the Azure Dragon Institute's rule that students are not allowed to kill each other, I would have killed you today. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the crippled Yan Wudao, then turned and walked toward Su Zimo. Let's go. Lin Feng supported Su Zimo as they walked out of the Blood Dragon Gang. Chapter 262. The news of Lin Feng barging into the Blood Dragon Gang alone, crippling 72 of their core members, caused an uproar in the entire Azure Dragon Institute. Ever since the Blood Dragon Gang was established, they had never suffered such a big loss. It was rumored that the Blood Dragon Gang's number 2, Yan Wutian, had already received the news and rushed back to the Institute to deal with this matter. At the same time, in the Azure Dragon Institute's enforcement hall, a group of Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons were arguing over this matter. The enforcement hall's Grand Elder Limerson slammed his hand on the table and said in a cold voice, "Lawless, simply lawless!" In broad daylight, he actually acted so viciously. Those were 72 Azure Dragon Institute students, and there was even one student whose limbs were crippled, crushed bit by bit. Wanting him to recover completely is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He can be considered a cripple for the rest of his life. Let me ask you, a student like Lin Feng with such vicious thoughts, how can we not punish him? What dignity will my Azure Dragon Institute have left? The Mission Hall's Grand Elder Wenren Kanglin said indifferently, since Elder Li is in such a hurry to punish Lin Feng. This old man heard that Elder Li's grandson is also in the Blood Dragon Gang, right? Holding an important position? Hee, Elder Li, don't forget your identity. You are the Azure Dragon Institute's Enforcement Hall's Grand Elder, not some Blood Dragon Gang student organization. Hearing this, Limerson fumed. Elder Wenren, don't slander me. This elder has acted according to the Azure Dragon Institute's rules and regulations. Then let me ask you, the Blood Dragon Gang's Yan Wudao failed to take advantage of Su Zimo's sister, so he deliberately took revenge. How are you going to deal with this matter? These people from the Blood Dragon Gang have been committing crimes in the Azure Dragon Institute for so long. Why didn't your enforcement hall correct them in time? Let them continue to make mistakes? Don't tell me that as the enforcement hall's Grand Elder, you are completely unaware of this matter. Wenren Kanglin sneered. You. Li Merson's face alternated between green and white. Of course, he was aware of this matter, but he had turned a blind eye to it. One reason was because the imperial family had already given him a heads up. Secondly, it was a matter between students. As long as it didn't harm anyone's life, it didn't matter. The fact that the Blood Dragon Gang had become more and more arrogant in recent years had a lot to do with the inaction of the Law Enforcement Palace's Great Elder Limosin. No matter what, this matter must be punished severely. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Limosin said coldly, Elderly, if you want to punish him severely, shouldn't you talk about what you've done all these years? The entire hall was divided into 3 factions. One faction was Limosin supporters who wanted to severely punish Lin Feng. One side was Wenren Kanglin and the others, trying their best to protect Lin Feng. There was also a group of people who didn't care about the matter, drinking tea and watching the show. At this moment, an energy fluctuation appeared in the void. An image appeared in the void. This was an ocean. The waves surged to the sky. A man was sitting cross-legged above the ocean. He seemed to be cultivating a powerful secret technique. The man opened his eyes. Lord Prefect. Seeing this man, everyone stood up and hurriedly bowed. The Azure Dragon Institute's prefect, Ouyang Jintian. This was a powerful figure. If he hadn't failed to become the Sun Moon City Lord, How could he have been sent to a small place like the true martial country to take charge of the Azure Dragon Institute? One had to know that in other secular countries, the prefect of the institute was only a martial king. And Ouyang Jintian, how powerful he was, perhaps only those big shots in the Sun Moon City knew. I already know about this matter, Ouyang Jintian said. Everyone lowered their heads, waiting for Ouyang Jintian's order. Let the students deal with this matter themselves. As for you all, just deal with your own matters, Ouyang Jintian said. Yes, many of the higher-ups answered. The image floating in the void disappeared. Wenren Kanglin laughed loudly. Elderly, I advise you to be honest. For Lin Feng's matter, even the prefect personally came out. Can't you see that the prefect is paying attention to Lin Feng? Don't lose yourself in the end. Li Mo Sen's eyebrows twitched violently. Obviously, he was furious. He sneered and said, the prefect pays attention to more than 1 or 2 people every year. The person who laughs first may not be the one who laughs last. Wenren Kanglin sneered, stubborn. Let's see who will fall first. Don't lose your integrity when the time comes. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out of the hall. The rest of the people also left one after another. Li Mo Sen's expression was gloomy, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. No one knew what he was thinking. In the Azure Dragon Institute, whether it was the students, teachers, deacons, elders, or others, they were all staring at the matter of Lin Feng breaking into the Blood Dragon Gang and crippling 72 experts in order to save his good brother Su Zimo. Many people thought that Lin Feng would be severely punished, but the Azure Dragon Institute didn't care about this matter. News spread that the prefect had personally come out to protect Lin Feng. This matter naturally made many people happy. The Blood Dragon Gang wasn't popular, and Lin Feng didn't hesitate to take the risk to break into the Blood Dragon Gang for his friend. In many people's eyes, he was a heroic figure. Many people began to worship Lin Feng, especially the girls. They even regarded Lin Feng as their Prince Charming. However, the Azure Dragon Institute wasn't calm because the second in command of the Blood Dragon Gang, Yan Wutian, had returned. Everyone knew that Yan Wutian wouldn't let this matter go. Su Zimo's injuries were superficial, and after a few days of rest, he had more or less recovered. On this day, Su Zimo, Long Shiu Wuming, and many people who had followed Lin Feng on the battlefield, such as Mountain River List's 31st, ranked Wang Kuan, and Mountain River List's 35th, ranked Zhang Leiting, came together. Captain, establish a force. We're willing to follow Captain. Wang Kuan said. Those who had followed Lin Feng on the battlefield all those years ago still liked to call Lin Feng Captain. Su Zimo said, Lin Feng, I'm here on behalf of the Outer Courtyard students. The Azure Dragon Institute itself has various forces, big and small. Among them, there are 5 major forces: the Blood Dragon Gang, Thunder Heaven Sect, Wind Snow School, Howling Gang, and Drizzle Building. These forces students are all high and mighty, while ordinary students can only swallow their anger when bullied. Just like this time, I was captured by Yan Wudao. If I had a force behind me, would Yan Wudao have dared to deal with me so brazenly? Many people hope that Lin Feng can establish a force, and were willing to follow you. Long Shiu said, Captain, don't hesitate. We're willing to follow by your side, pledging our lives to you. Lin Feng said, many thanks for all the brother support. Since everyone has the same intention, then we'll establish a force named Dragon Gate. I hope that the Dragon Gate students can all be like dragons, soaring through the 9 heavens. Dragon Gate? Everyone like dragons. Everyone's eyes lit up. Greetings, Sovereign. A group of people saluted Lin Feng. We're all brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Lin Feng waved his hand. Perhaps even Lin Feng did not know that in the future the Dragon Gate would become the most glorious force in Tianwu Continent's 3,000 continents. A force that even those ancient forces with inheritances from the immemorial era were deeply afraid of. And today, the terrifying Dragon Gate was established under the support of a group of students. Chapter 263. The establishment of the Dragon Gate caused a huge commotion in the Azure Dragon Institute because the Dragon Gate's gate leader was Lin Feng. Lin Feng had become the idol of all the new students and ordinary students. When the news of the Dragon Gate's establishment spread, countless students flocked to Lin Feng's residence, wanting to join the Dragon Gate. Of course, the Dragon Gate did not accept just anyone. First, those with improper conduct were not accepted. Second, those who were lazy were not accepted. Third, those with weak willpower were not accepted. The Dragon Gate naturally had a way to test the students who wished to join. Lin Feng had Long Xiu rent a large courtyard in the Azure Dragon Institute as the Dragon Gate's encampment. There were many such courtyards in the Azure Dragon Institute. As long as one paid the rent, they could be rented. After the courtyard matter was settled, Lin Feng also moved into the Dragon Gate's encampment. Those who were close to Lin Feng, such as Yuan Qinqing and Qiao Feiyu, came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lu Feishue and the others who were not in the Azure Dragon Institute also sent people to congratulate Lin Feng. While everyone's attention was on the Dragon Gate, the Blood Dragon Gang's people arrived. This is senior brother Yan Wutian's letter of challenge to Gate Leader Lin. The person who came said coldly. Wu Ming received the letter of challenge and sneered. "Take care, I won't send you off." Humph! The Blood Dragon Gang member snorted and turned around to leave. It was obvious that the Blood Dragon Gang and Lin Feng's Dragon Gate were irreconcilable. Gate Leader, a letter of challenge from the Blood Dragon Gang's Yan Wutian. Wu Ming came to the main hall and handed the letter of challenge to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the letter and saw the words written on it. 3 days later, on the Azure Dragon Institute's martial arts stage, we will decide the victor. The letter was signed by Yan Wutian. Lin Feng passed the letter to everyone present, letting them read it. Long Xiu said, "This Yan Wutian is ranked 7th on the Mountain River list. Yet he dares to challenge the Dragon Gate in such a blatant manner. Obviously, this person is certain that Gate Leader will agree to this challenge, and he has absolute confidence in himself. The Dragon Sect is established. This was something that many people wanted to see. It was something that could restrain the Blood Dragon Gang. The enmity between me and the Blood Dragon Gang wasn't something that could be explained with just a few words. Yan Wu Dao was Yan Wu Tian's younger brother. Yan Wu Tian naturally hated me after I crippled him. The Blood Dragon Gang had many ways to deal with me. For example, they would have secretly plotted against me. However, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for them to harm the Dragon Gate or even me. Therefore, Yan Wu Tian chose the simplest and most effective method, a duel with me in the arena. That way, the reputation of the Blood Dragon Gang can be restored. Fists and kicks have no eyes in a battle arena. If Yan Wu Tian were to accidentally cripple me, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lin Feng mumbled to himself. Wang Kuan said, "Sect Master, as far as I know, Yan Wutian is not a simple person. I heard that he has obtained an ancient secret technique, which is why he is so terrifying. I don't think the sect leader should agree to this battle." Zhang Leitang also nodded. This Yan Wutian rarely fights, but everyone knows how powerful he is. I don't think the sect leader should agree to this battle. Wang Kuan and Zhang Leitang were both old students of the Azure Dragon Institute. It was because of this that they knew how powerful and terrifying Yan Wutian was. Lin Feng said, "How many people have their eyes on our Dragon Gate? How can we refuse this battle?" Lin Feng stood up and headed outside, saying, "Shiyu, send me a reply. Tell him that I, Lin Feng, agree to this battle." Soon, the news of Yan Wutian and Lin Feng's battle arena 3 days later spread throughout the entire Azure Dragon Institute, causing a great uproar. Yan Wutian was a powerful existence, ranked 7th on the Mountain River list, while Lin Feng was the Azure Dragon Institute's newest rising star. Lin Feng's great achievements could be recounted for a day and a night, and it wouldn't be enough. And now, the Dragon Gate established by Lin Feng was a force that countless students dreamed of joining. Everyone is like a dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens. Lin Feng's words when he established the Dragon Gate had long spread throughout the Azure Dragon Institute. These words shook many of the Azure Dragon Institute's higher echelons. How big of an ambition was this? That's why he would say such words. Many of the higher echelons were re-evaluating Lin Feng. Many of the Azure Dragon Institute's students felt their blood boiling. In the beginning, many of them were bullied by the Blood Dragon Gang, cowardly and weak, muddling along. But after witnessing the establishment of the Dragon Gate, recalling Lin Feng's mission, everyone is like a dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens. Who wouldn't want this? To become a dragon among men? Some Blood Dragon Gang members even secretly left the Blood Dragon Gang, heading to the Dragon Gate to register, hoping to join. While the outside world was discussing the upcoming battle between Lin Feng and Yan Wutian, Lin Feng was in seclusion. Lin Feng was in seclusion, adjusting his condition. He didn't know much about Yan Wutian, but to be able to become the Blood Dragon Gang's number 2, as well as the 7th on the Mountain River list, it was clear how powerful Yan Wutian was. To deal with this person, Huang Xiaolong naturally had to be prepared, otherwise he might really fail miserably. The entire Azure Dragon Institute was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless people were looking forward to this exciting battle. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in just a few minutes. On this day, early in the morning, the martial practice courtyard was packed with several thousand students, all of them here to watch the battle. There were also many Azure Dragon Institute's teachers, attendants, and elders standing not far away, waiting for the battle to begin. I wonder who will win and who will lose. Although I really hope that Lin Feng will win, I feel that Yan Wutian has a higher chance of winning. First of all, Yan Wutian has an advantage in terms of age. He is already 22 years old, while Lin Feng is only 17. He started cultivating 5 years earlier than Lin Feng, which is a huge advantage. Secondly, Yan Wutian entered the martial general realm a few years earlier than Lin Feng. Lastly, it is said that Yan Wutian has cultivated an extremely powerful ancient secret technique. Once he uses it, he is practically invincible. I originally thought that Lin Feng would win, but after hearing what you said, I suddenly feel that Lin Feng will lose without a doubt. Hope is one thing, strength is another. Lin Feng is still a little too young. Of course, even if Lin Feng loses this time, in a few years, he might be able to make a comeback. With his talent, he should be able to surpass Yan Wutian within 5 years. Many people were discussing fervently, "Get out of the way, get out of the way." Right at this time, a group of more than a dozen people rushed over, shouting loudly, "It's the Blood Dragon Gang." None of the students dared to hesitate, quickly opening a path for the Blood Dragon Gang. Although the Blood Dragon Gang had lost face during this period of time, their strength was still deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Many people were still filled with fear when facing the Blood Dragon Gang. The Blood Dragon Gang members stood on both sides, opening a path in the middle. A handsome young master in blue clothes walked over. Chapter 264. It's Yan Wutian. Many people exclaimed as they looked at Yan Wutian with fear in their eyes. Yan Wutian was the second in command of the Blood Dragon Gang. His family had been the right prime minister of the Zhan Wu country for 3 generations. His power could overturn the imperial court. Of course, this was the Azure Dragon Institute. Even the Zhan Wu country's imperial family couldn't interfere with the Azure Dragon Institute's matters. Yan Wutian was handsome and confident, just like a young master from the secular world. However, those who understood Yan Wutian's character would never think that he was such a perfect man. In reality, Yan Wutian was a ruthless person. The reason why the Blood Dragon Gang was able to establish such a great influence in the Azure Dragon Institute was largely due to Yan Wutian. When the Blood Dragon Gang was first established, there were several old forces in the Azure Dragon Institute that provoked the Blood Dragon Gang. Yan Wutian directly crippled those people's upper echelons. Not their limbs, but their dantian. Crippled limbs could be slowly healed. However, crippled dantian was the end of one's life. Conflicts between students were very common, especially when a new force was established. It was inevitable that other old forces would come to provoke the new force. This was normal. It was nothing more than sending some money to avoid disaster. However, Yan Wutian's way of doing things was different from others. He seized this opportunity to establish the Blood Dragon Gang's prestige. After this incident, the Azure Dragon Institute wanted to punish Yan Wutian. However, the imperial family interceded on his behalf, adding on the fact that Yan Wutian was indeed a genius and the Azure Dragon Institute cherished talents. Yan Wutian was spared. From then on, the Blood Dragon Gang's reputation was established. Now that Yan Wutian had issued a challenge to Lin Feng, many people were worried about Lin Feng. Based on Yan Wutian's ruthless way of doing things, this battle was definitely not a simple one. In a battle, anything could happen in the blink of an eye. Yan Wutian arrived at the side of the battle stage and leaped into the air, landing gracefully in the center of the stage. This caused the Blood Dragon Gang members to cheer. "Look, it's Lin Feng!" Someone pointed outside. Everyone looked over and saw more than a dozen higher-ups of the Dragon Gate walking over. The person leading them was Lin Feng. "Patriarch Lin, you must be careful. Yan Wutian is not a kind-hearted person. Be careful of Yan Wutian, Sect Master Lin. He's vicious and merciless." Many people reminded Lin Feng. "Thank you for reminding me. I'll be careful." Lin Feng cupped his fists and greeted everyone. Everyone opened up a path for Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the ring step by step. Yan Wutian, who was standing in the ring, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. He looked a little surprised. He never thought that Lin Feng would be so young. However, Yan Wutian had no intention of underestimating Lin Feng. The strength that Lin Feng displayed was definitely enough to raise him to the level where he had to take him seriously. Lin Feng also jumped onto the ring. He was a dozen meters away from Yan Wutian. Everyone looked at the two people nervously. "I didn't expect you to be so young." Yan Wutian narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng and said, "But I won't show you mercy just because you're young. Of course, you can also give up on this fight. Kneel on the ground and apologize to the crippled brothers of the Blood Dragon Gang. Then I'll spare you. What do you think?" "What?" Everyone's eyes twitched violently. No one had thought that Yan Wutian would say something like that. They naturally didn't think that Yan Wutian would be so shallow. They also didn't think that Lin Feng would agree. But why would Yan Wutian say something like that? The best way to attack a nation was to attack the heart. A phrase suddenly appeared in many people's minds. It was a passage from Sun Tzu's The Art of War, which was written by the war god Sun Tzu. Obviously, he wanted to disturb Lin Feng's mind. Even if he couldn't disturb Lin Feng, he wanted to disgust Lin Feng. This was the so-called attack the heart. If it had been an ordinary person being looked down upon like that, they would have been very angry. However, Lin Feng was very calm. He smiled and said, "Oh, you mean those scum? The next time I see them, I'll beat them up again. But there's a scum called Yan Wudao. I broke his limbs little by little. It'll be very difficult for him to get up again. It won't be easy to beat him up again. You're courting death." Yan Wutian's eyebrows twitched violently. His eyes flashed with incomparable coldness. He jumped and rushed towards Lin Feng. He raised his right fist and punched at Lin Feng. Many people were dumbfounded. Originally, Yan Wutian wanted to use his attack the heart to disturb Lin Feng's mind. However, he didn't expect that Lin Feng wouldn't be affected at all. Instead, it was Lin Feng's words that made Yan Wutian furious. However, it had to be said that Yan Wutian's cultivation was indeed very terrifying. His punch exploded with a terrifying pressure that made people feel suffocated. Bang! Lin Feng and Yan Wutian fiercely collided. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a tyrannical force violently shaking him. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Yan Wutian's cultivation should be at the fourth heavenly layer of the martial general realm. Yan Wutian's strength hovered around 130 dragon power. Lin Feng's strength was at the strength of one dragon elephant. The strength of one dragon elephant was equivalent to the strength of 10 dragons. Lin Feng could reach the strength of 30 dragons when he circulated his triple martial soul. However, there was still a huge gap between him and Yan Wutian. After the first exchange, Lin Feng was forced to retreat again and again. A terrifying force poured into Lin Feng's body. This force wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng's body was too strong. He only needed to shake his body to disperse the terrifying force that had poured into his body. Yan Wutian is too strong. Many people exclaimed. Yan Wutian was indeed worthy of being ranked 7th on the Mountain River list. He had repelled Lin Feng with his first exchange of blows. Senior brother Yan will win. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang shouted excitedly. On the other hand, the people of the Dragon sect frowned. There was deep worry between their eyebrows. Yan Wutian's strength seemed to be beyond everyone's imagination. With this little strength, I'm afraid you won't even last 10 moves against me, Yan Wutian said indifferently. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He was condensing the Cheong Qi treasured technique. Roar! The giant beast Cheong Qi leaped out of the void. Its roar shook the sky as it pounced towards Yan Wutian. What a powerful secret technique. Even I feel threatened by it. Today, I'll let you know the power of my Mad God Fist technique. Yan Wutian roared. His black hair danced in the wind. He stepped forward like a demon and threw 3 punches at the Cheong Qi treasured technique. The Cheong Qi treasured technique and Yan Wutian fiercely attacked each other 3 times. Bang! After 3 collisions, Lin Feng's Cheong Qi treasured technique was destroyed by Yan Wutian. It exploded on the spot and disappeared into thin air. The Cheong Qi treasured technique was broken, and Lin Feng was forced to retreat. His face was slightly pale. Boom! Yan Wutian stepped forward, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Danger! Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Chapter 265. Yan Wutian's attack made Lin Feng feel threatened. This person's strength was indeed terrifying. Facing Yan Wutian's punch, Lin Feng reacted quickly. He put his hands in front of him and used the iron chain across the river. Bang! Yan Wutian's fist collided with Lin Feng's arm, and a rumbling sound spread in the air. Thump! 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 Lin Feng was pushed back by Yan Wutian's punch. So strong! Many people cried out in surprise. Yan Wutian had gained the upper hand since the beginning of the fight. Lin Feng had been at a disadvantage twice in a row, which made many people think that Lin Feng would be defeated by Yan Wutian. Yan Wutian is really strong. Lin Feng is no match for him. I already said that Lin Feng is no match for Yan Wutian. Some students were discussing the fight. Lin Feng swung his arms. Yan Wutian's punch had made his hands tremble slightly. Yan Wutian's strength was too strong. If Lin Feng's body wasn't strong enough, his arms would have been broken by Yan Wutian's punch. Show me your true strength. I know your martial spirit is very strange. Show me what's so strange about it, Yan Wutian sneered. Said Yan Wutian, smiling coldly. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step, his qi becoming more and more powerful. This was how a battle between cultivators worked. The one who gained the upper hand would become braver and more confident. Boom! Yan Wutian attacked again. His body seemed to contain the power of a ferocious beast. His every move could even cause the air to explode. Devouring martial spirit. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He circulated his martial spirit and enveloped Yan Wutian. Well, your martial spirit is really strong. It can restrict my movements, but it's not enough. Yan Wutian sneered. He stepped forward, his aura growing more and more terrifying. Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had formed a spatial magnetic field, but it couldn't restrict Yan Wutian. Lin Feng's martial spirit can restrict others' movements, but it seems to be ineffective against Yan Wutian, a student said. He had seen Lin Feng use his devouring martial spirit before, but now Yan Wutian could move freely, which meant that Lin Feng's martial spirit didn't have any effect on Yan Wutian. Yan Wutian's cultivation is of the 4th celestial layer. How can that kid be his opponent? The Law Enforcement Palace's great elder, Li Mo-sen, said with a sneer. The people around him nodded. Yan Wutian will definitely win this battle. Lin Feng is much weaker than Yan Wutian. On the other side, Wenrin Kanglin and others were spectators. It seems like Lin Feng's situation isn't good, an elder said. That's right. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll lose, another elder said worriedly. They were on good terms with Wenrin Kanglin, and they knew that Lin Feng was a disciple of Wenrin Kanglin's good friend. They naturally chose to support Lin Feng. Wenrin Kanglin frowned. His old eyes were full of worry. A spatial magnetic field is useless against this guy, as expected of a 4th celestial layer martial general. Lin Feng was surprised to see that Yan Wutian wasn't affected by his spatial magnetic field, but he had only used the 1st layer of his spatial magnetic field. Triple spatial magnetic field superposition. When Yan Wutian rushed over, Lin Feng added 3 layers of his spatial magnetic field. What? Yan Wutian was shocked. He hadn't thought that the pressure he had to bear would increase by 3 times. When the triple spatial magnetic field superposition was used, it could seriously affect Yan Wutian's speed. Moreover, he was squeezed by the spatial magnetic field superposition, so his strength was greatly suppressed. After a short moment of surprise, Yan Wutian laughed. Good, this is interesting. If it was the same kind of suppression as before, I would be very disappointed. Boom! Lin Feng rushed over and punched Yan Wutian. Yan Wutian was suppressed by the triple spatial magnetic field superposition, so his movements were much slower. But Yan Wutian's strength was too strong. Lin Feng's triple spatial magnetic field superposition couldn't completely restrain Yan Wutian. Shouted Yan Wutian icily. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attack was terrifying. Bang! The 2 sides fiercely collided again. Lin Feng felt an incomparably violent force enter his body. The force shook his blood and qi. Lin Feng was shocked. Yan Wutian didn't seem to have used his full strength just now. Now he was suppressed by the triple spatial magnetic field superposition, but the explosive force was even stronger than before. Obviously, Yan Wutian was showing his true strength. Lin Feng was pushed back by Yan Wutian. Yan Wutian's face was full of a sneer. He used the Berserk God's Fist skill and punched towards Lin Feng. Bang! The 2 sides fiercely collided again. Lin Feng was sent flying more than 10 meters by Yan Wutian's attack. He stood awkwardly on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. This is a completely one-sided battle. Many people shook their heads. From the beginning to the end, Yan Wutian had the upper hand in the battle. Even when Lin Feng used his martial spirit, Yan Wutian still had the upper hand. In many people's eyes, there was almost no suspense in this battle. You've disappointed me, Yan Wutian sneered. Yan Wutian's lips curled into a sneer. He quickly stepped forward and used the Berserk God's Fist skill again, attacking Lin Feng. Is that so? It seems to me that this is just the beginning. Lin Feng sneered and formed a seal with both hands. Bang! A terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. Then the power of lightning intertwined. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant lightning incantation. Lin Feng's body was surrounded by dense lightning energy. Then he leaped forward and charged towards Yan Wutian. Secret lightning technique? Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. Secret lightning techniques were very rare and difficult to cultivate, but once they were successfully cultivated, they would often have incomparably tyrannical offensive power. Bang! Lin Feng and Yan Wutian clashed again. 3 layers of spatial magnetic fields superimposed together with the Sky Tyrant lightning incantation. At this moment, Lin Feng's tyrannical combat power had completely exploded as he fought Yan Wutian. Yan Wutian originally had the absolute advantage, but at this moment his Berserk God's fist skill was blocked by Lin Feng. He could no longer suppress Lin Feng. Everyone noticed that after using the Sky Tyrant lightning incantation, Lin Feng became more and more courageous as he fought. He continued to attack Yan Wutian. Moreover, each wave of attacks was fiercer than the last. Yan Wutian was gradually being suppressed by Lin Feng. Boom! At this moment, Lin Feng felt an incomparably tyrannical power explode in his body. Then, Lin Feng felt a burst of ecstasy. In the frenzied attack, just now, Lin Feng's power had been pushed to the extreme, and his cultivation had broken through again. He had advanced from the first celestial stage to the second celestial stage, and his strength had increased from the strength of 1 dragon elephant to the strength of 5 dragon elephants. The strength of 5 dragon elephants was equivalent to the strength of 50 dragons. Lin Feng's strength could reach the strength of 150 dragons. Lin Feng could not help but think to himself, only a life-and-death battle can stimulate one's potential and allow one's cultivation to improve greatly. The ancient sayings are indeed true. Lin Feng, who had broken through, was now able to completely suppress Yan Wutian in terms of strength. Sky Tyrant lightning incantation. Lin Feng leaped up, and the dense power of thunder intertwined. He was like a god of thunder bathed in thunder, descending from the sky and attacking Yan Wutian. Berserk God's fist skill. Yan Wutian roared and attacked with all his strength. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of danger. It was a feeling he had not felt before. Bang! Everyone saw Lin Feng and Yan Wutian fiercely colliding. Lin Feng did not even move an inch. Yan Wutian was sent flying dozens of meters by Lin Feng. The arm that had collided with Lin Feng's attack was trembling violently. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood immediately flowed out. How is this possible? Lin Feng injured Yan Wutian? This can't be real. This can't be real. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Chapter 266. How could this be? Yan Wutian looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Even he found it hard to believe what was happening in front of his eyes. Not long ago, he had obtained the absolute advantage in this battle, but in the blink of an eye, he was repelled by Lin Feng and was even injured. What's going on? Li Merson's expression suddenly sank. He originally thought that Lin Feng was about to be defeated by Yan Wutian. Li Merson was even wondering how Yan Wutian would deal with Lin Feng. Would Yan Wutian accidentally injure him? Or would Yan Wutian be even more ruthless? Would Yan Wutian accidentally shatter Lin Feng's dantian? Li Merson, who was immersed in a wonderful fantasy, saw Yan Wutian being injured by Lin Feng. This made Li Merson's expression become very ugly. The few people next to Li Merson also frowned slightly. Naturally, they wouldn't speak at this time in order to avoid angering Li Merson. Haha, I knew that this kid wouldn't lose so easily. Seeing Lin Feng reverse the situation, Wenren Kanglin immediately laughed loudly. The haze and worry from before were swept away. This kid is really strong. I want to take him as a disciple. An elder said, "Forget it. In a few years, this kid's strength will surpass us." Another elder smiled and shook his head. The strength of a second celestial layer marshal general is really strong. After repelling Yan Wutian, Lin Feng felt his strength and a happy expression appeared on his face. After the breakthrough, his battle strength had increased by a lot. Lin Feng sensed a strength he had never felt before. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng just wanted to vent his anger and at the same time test his strength. He stepped towards Yan Wutian and shouted coldly, "Yan Wutian again!" Humph! Being provoked by Lin Feng, Yan Wutian couldn't help but snort coldly. He naturally wouldn't be afraid of fighting. Yan Wutian looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Today, I will let you know how strong I am." Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Wutian moved. Everyone saw that Yan Wutian had suddenly split into two. Heavens, what kind of technique is this? Why are there two Yan Wuxians now? Many people cried out in shock. Yan Wutian's method was truly miraculous. Lin Feng, no matter how hard you struggle, you will lose to me. Surprisingly, the two of them spoke at the same time. In the next moment, 2 dignity no sky became 4 dignity no sky. You were destined to fail, said Lin Feng. The 4 dignified beings spoke at the same time. In the next moment, there were 8 of them. This kind of method was indeed too demonic. Everyone present had a dumbfounded expression. Who had ever seen such a strange method? One person had suddenly turned into 8 identical people. Which one is Yan Wutian? Many people wanted to figure out which one was the real deal, but they couldn't tell what was different about it. Every dignity Wutian had the same aura. Every dignity Wutian seemed to be the real body. Good, very good. Let's see how Lin Feng will block Yan Wutian's ancient clone technique. Li Mersin clapped his hands excitedly. He had heard of this secret technique before, but it was the first time he had seen Yan Wutian use it. At that moment, Li Mersin sensed how strange and powerful the secret technique was. He knew that Yan Wutian had defeated Lin Feng. He sneered and looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. Even the elders who were on good terms with Li Mersin were confused. They didn't know why Li Mersin wanted Lin Feng to suffer so badly. Was it because of the Blood Dragon Gang? They felt that things weren't that simple, but they couldn't guess the reason. Have you found out which one is Yan Wutian's real body? No, but every one of them seems to be real. This is troublesome. 8 Dignity Wutian. Lin Feng is going to lose. The elders next to Wenren Kanglin said worriedly, "Don't rush to a conclusion. Lin Feng might have a way to break it." However, even Wenren Kanglin felt that he was comforting himself by saying these words. In another direction, the fire Qilin was lying on the eaves, watching the battle. When it saw Yan Wutian split into 8, it was surprised. This guy's technique is quite strange. I wonder if Lin Feng can handle it? The 8 Dignity Wutian split into 8 different directions and rushed towards Lin Feng, completely surrounding Lin Feng. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the battle in the ring nervously. The battle had reached an extremely critical moment. Yan Wutian had displayed this powerful secret technique. It was very likely that it would determine the outcome of the battle. Boom! All 8 Dignity Wutian attacked at once, rushing towards Lin Feng. At that moment, almost no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. Yan Wutian's secret technique was simply too powerful. The 8 Dignity Wutian attacked Lin Feng, but to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng was too fast. The 8 Dignity Wutian attacked Lin Feng together, but Lin Feng managed to dodge all of their attacks. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. No one had expected this to happen. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng, who was surrounded, would be defeated quickly. But who would have thought that the 8 Dignity Wutian couldn't even touch Lin Feng? Lin Feng's speed was just too fast. Found him. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered the differences between the 8 clones. Although the 8 Dignity Wutian did not seem to have any flaws, 7 of them were condensed by Yan Wutian using a secret technique. They were not his real body, so there was almost no difference between these 7 clones and Yan Wutian. However, there were still some subtle differences. For example, when they attacked, they would cause the air to flow. Yan Wutian's original body was made of flesh and blood, while the other 7 clones were condensed from energy. Naturally, the airflow caused by them was different. It was difficult for ordinary people to notice such subtle differences, but Lin Feng had refined the golden-winged rock avatar, so his perception of the outside world was too strong. He locked onto one of the 8 dignity Wutian. At the same time, Lin Feng activated the Sky Tyrant Thunder incantation with all his might. Crackle! A thunderbolt energy ball condensed in Lin Feng's right hand. Lin Feng grabbed the thunderbolt energy ball in his hand. Lin Feng growled and unleashed all his power, instantly rushing towards Yan Wutian. Then the thunderbolt energy ball in his hand blasted towards Yan Wutian. Yan Wutian looked incredulous. In the next moment, the thunderbolt energy ball condensed by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder incantation smashed into Yan Wutian's body. Bang! With an earth-shaking explosion, the thunderbolt energy ball exploded and Yan Wutian was blown away. Whoa! He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. As for the other 7 clones, they all vanished into thin air. Yan Wutian, it's time to end this. Lin Feng sneered and rushed towards Yan Wutian, throwing a punch at him. Chapter 267. Oh my god! Yan Wutian is going to be defeated. Isn't this too unbelievable? Even a master like Yan Wutian is no match for Lin Feng? Exclamations of surprise suddenly resounded, and numerous gazes of astonishment looked towards the delicate and pretty youth in the arena. Yan Wutian was ranked 7th on the Mountain River list and had been famous for a long time. In the Azure Dragon Institute, whenever people talked about him, their faces would change color. Now, a powerful master like Yan Wutian was going to be defeated by a new student like Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attack contained the power of extreme yang. The Tao of lightning itself belonged to this kind of violent, indestructible, and irresistible power. Lin Feng's attack was meant to completely eliminate Yan Wutian, but Yan Wutian was indeed strong enough. Even if the situation was disadvantageous to him, he could still find an opportunity to strike. In a short period of time, Yan Wutian struck out 3 times in a row, and when the 3 palms overlapped, the power of the attack increased exponentially. Bang! Both sides fiercely slammed into each other, and terrifying shockwaves rippled out, shaking the entire stage. Yan Wutian was sent flying by Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's attack failed to injure him. Yan Wutian landed on the ground with a gloomy expression on his face. Obviously, the battle with Lin Feng had resulted in him ending up like this. To Yan Wutian, this was no different from a humiliation. Yan Wutian was a gloomy and ruthless person. How could he let Lin Feng go? If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by Yan Wutian's cold glare. Yan Wutian's cold gaze was fixed on Lin Feng. He wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell sounded. "You are qualified to make me use my martial spirit." Martial spirit. That's right. Yan Wutian hasn't used his martial spirit yet. According to rumors, Yan Wutian's martial spirit is extremely terrifying, but no one knows what it is because those who have seen his martial spirit are all dead. Some people began to discuss. The reason why Yan Wutian was so powerful was closely related to the strength of his martial soul. Many people nervously looked at the stage, wanting to see what Yan Wutian's martial spirit was. Has he finally used that martial spirit? Li Mosen's expression turned serious. "Elder, do you know what Yan Wutian's martial spirit is?" An elder beside Li asked. "Although I haven't seen it, I've heard of it. Just wait and see. This martial spirit extremely terrifying. Once it's activated, hee. Li Emerson smiled sinisterly. Yan Wutian's martial spirit, what is it? It's extremely to Wutian. An elder beside Wenrin Kanglin said. He couldn't help but frown, as if he was a bit worried. Yan Wutian's to the Entes martial spirit. Tiest. Bang! At that moment, Wu Tian to the S to B, Yen Yen Wu Tian to Tes Wu Tian to the sky. Everyone saw a sea of blood slowly appear in the void. It's the world of Bloody Sea. Many people looked at the blood-red ocean floating in the air in horror. The world of Bloody Sea was an extremely rare martial spirit. It was said that once the world of Bloody Sea descended, as long as one was enveloped by it, then the blood of the cultivators trapped in the world of Bloody Sea would be swallowed by the world of Bloody Sea. The cultivators trapped in it would turn into dry corpses and die a tragic death. However, because this type of martial soul was too rare, information about this type of martial soul was only known from rumors. As for what kind of abilities this type of martial soul had, no one knew. Perhaps only those who possessed this type of martial soul would know what kind of inconceivable and terrifying abilities this type of martial soul possessed. The blood mist that shrouded the entire stage became thicker and thicker. Yen Wutian stood in the blood mist, looking coldly at Lin Feng. He said coldly, "Soon, you will see your blood flowing backwards. You will become weaker and weaker. Then you will kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy. Beg me to forgive you, forgive you." Yen Wutian walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Boom! The world of Bloody Sea boiled, and a blood-red power surged, wrapping Lin Feng in it. Feeling the terrifying aura of the world of Bloody Sea, many people's faces suddenly changed. The power contained in the Bloody Sea world was too terrifying. Moreover, this power was too strange. Many people who were far away felt that their blood was flowing much faster. It was as if there was a power that wanted to guide their blood out of their bodies. What a terrifying martial spirit! Many people cried out in alarm. This martial spirit was too terrifying. Many people's faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the stage. They were worried that their blood would really be sucked away. It's actually such a terrifying martial spirit. Wenren Kanglin and the others' faces suddenly changed, and they looked worriedly at Lin Feng. Haha, this martial spirit can steal his opponent's blood. Let's see how this brat will resist it. On the other hand, Li Mo's son was laughing loudly. Lin Feng was enveloped by the world of Bloody Sea. He felt his blood flowing at an extremely fast speed. The blood in his body felt like it was going to break out of his body. Lin Feng's face changed. Wenren Kanglin's martial spirit was really strange, but Lin Feng quickly calmed down. Wenren Kanglin wanted to devour his blood. Wasn't that a joke? He had a devouring martial spirit. Only he could devour others. How could he let others devour him? Lin Feng started using his 3 devouring martial spirits. The devouring martial spirit was being used, and an endless amount of blood-red light was being forcefully devoured by Lin Feng. Yen Wutian's devouring martial spirit was not only unable to harm Lin Feng, but it was also being devoured by Lin Feng's world of Bloody Sea. "No, that's impossible," shouted Yen Wutian in disbelief. His martial spirit had never failed. It could be said that it was invincible. But in front of Lin Feng, his world of Bloody Sea martial spirit had been destroyed. How could Yen Wutian accept that? Humph! Lin Feng sneered. He quickly moved, like a rock spreading its wings. His speed was incredible, and in a flash he appeared in front of Yen Wutian. Lin Feng's right hand formed a seal, and he used the Sky Tyrant Lightning incantation. A ball of lightning condensed in his hand, and Lin Feng threw it at Yen Wutian. Bang! The ball of lightning exploded, and Yen Wutian was blown away. His chest was badly mutilated, and he fell to the ground. He coughed up blood 3 times, and then he fell to the ground unconscious. Chapter 268. Yen Wutian was defeated. Yen Wutian was actually defeated. How could this be? This Lin Feng is too strong, right? Even Yen Wutian, ranked 7th on the Mountain River list, is not his match. Just how powerful is he? The entire martial stage square was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing spiritedly not daring to believe that Lin Feng was the victor. Thinking back, this battle was indeed intense and exciting. No one would have thought that this would be the result until the very last moment. Good. Excellent. When Ren Kanglin clapped his hands excitedly, this Lin Feng really hid his strength well. Even an expert like Yan Wuqian was defeated by him. The rest of the elders nodded their heads in admiration. Damn it. Not far away, Limosin's expression was extremely gloomy. He turned around and left, not wanting to stay a moment longer. The Blood Dragon Gang's disciples carried the unconscious Yan Wuqian away. Lin Feng leaped down from the stage and headed outside. Many people came over to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded in response and squeezed through the crowd with great difficulty. Not daring to stay any longer, he quickly returned to the Dragon Gate's encampment. The news of Lin Feng defeating Yan Wuqian caused a huge uproar in the Azure Dragon Institute. Who knew how many people wanted to join the Dragon Gate? The number of people signing up every day was so high that their heads were about to burst. There were also many people who wanted to pay a visit to Lin Feng and make friends with Lin Feng. However, at this time, Lin Feng chose to go into seclusion. He planned to refine medicine with the fire qilin, consolidate his foundation, and improve his alchemy skills. At the same time, he wanted to avoid the limelight. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Lin Feng knew when to make a move and when to avoid the limelight. Lin Feng was not worried about the Dragon Gate's matters. With Long Shiyu, Xiao Yifei, Wang Kuan, Zhang Pingfan, and Su Zimo helping him deal with the Dragon Gate's matters, he could cultivate in peace. Time flew by like a shuttle. After 2 months of seclusion, Lin Feng finally came out. Seeing Lin Feng come out of seclusion, everyone was very happy. The upper echelons of the Dragon Gate also rushed back. There were about 20 students who had followed Lin Feng earlier, and they all held important positions in the Dragon Gate. Now, everyone was gathered here. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I wonder how the Dragon Gate has been developing recently?" Xiao Yifei said, "Everything is done according to the rules of the Dragon Gate. They are very strict. Currently, the Dragon Gate has recruited 2,356 people, and 263 elite students are at least 7th Firmament Stage Martial Masters." Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Clearly, the Dragon Gate's development had exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. This kind of force should be able to contend with the other 5 forces of the Azure Dragon Institute, right? All right, you've worked hard. Take these pills and cultivate. Lin Feng took out more than 20 bottles of pills and distributed them to everyone. "Sect Master, what pill is this?" asked Su Zimo. "Energy gathering pill." Lin Feng said, "Yellow, mid-grade, and early-grade energy gathering pill? This pill is worth several tens of thousands of gold coins." Su Zimo smacked his lips and poured out a pill. Everyone saw that the pill was about the size of a thumb and was milky white in color. Why is this pill milky white? Aren't energy-gathering pills light green in color? Su Zimo asked in surprise. The others were also looking at the pill in Su Zimo's hand with astonishment. This was the first time they had seen an energy-gathering pill of this color. Lin Feng thought to himself, this energy-gathering pill is the ancient alchemist god's pill formula. How can those pills outside compare to it? Outside, one energy-gathering pill is worth 20,000 gold coins. This one, even 200,000 gold coins can't buy it. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't tell them this. Lin Feng said, "There are 10 energy-gathering pills in each bottle, 1 pill per day. Remember, these energy-gathering pills are not to be spread outside." "Yes," everyone answered in unison. Lin Feng dismissed everyone. Very quickly, everyone dispersed and went back to their own places to start refining the energy-gathering pills. Wang Kuan, who was ranked 31st on the Mountain River list, went back to refine the energy-gathering pill that Lin Feng gave him, and actually broke through the bottleneck that had troubled him for 2 years, from the 10th level of the Martial Master Realm to the Martial General Realm. This matter shocked the higher-ups of the dragon sect, although they did not directly break through after refining the energy-gathering pills. They felt that their cultivation had increased very quickly. Furthermore, everyone had only refined the first energy-gathering pill. Obviously, everyone knew that the energy-gathering pills that Lin Feng gave them were not something that could be compared to those sold outside. All the higher-ups of the dragon sect who had obtained the energy-gathering pills were looking forward to it. After refining these 10 energy-gathering pills, would they be able to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation as well? In reality, it was indeed so. More than 20 people all broke through to the next realm, and 3 of them even broke through 2 levels. Of course, this was all in the future. At night, Lin Feng, Su Zmo, Long Shiyu Wu Ming, Shen Yuanzhan, and the other higher-ups went out to drink. Wu Ming said that he had found a good place for everyone to celebrate Lin Feng coming out of closed-door cultivation. When everyone arrived, they found out that it was actually a brothel. However, it was not an ordinary brothel. The women inside were all extremely beautiful, and all of them were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, singing, and dancing. Lin Feng and the others were all young and vigorous, and they had never been to such a place before. After discussing for a while, they decided to go in and take a look. They called over 10 beautiful ladies. Some played the zither, some danced, some sang, and some drank with them. Even the most honest Long Shiyu could not control himself in the end, and hugged 2 of the ladies who were drinking with him, and kissed each other intensely. Fortunately, Lin Feng still maintained some sobriety, and did not bring everyone to spend the night in such a brothel. In the middle of the night, everyone left together. When they went outside, the wind blew, and they were all sober. The imperial capital did not have a night ban, so it was very lively even at night. I heard that there is a night market in the imperial capital that is very lively at night. Many things that cannot be seen in the light of day are sold there at night. Do you know where it is? Lin Feng asked. Su Zmo said, I've heard of this mysterious night market, but I heard that it is not a place that just anyone can enter. Only people with a certain status in the Jianwu country or powerful cultivators can enter the night market to trade, Yan Qian said. Long Shiyu hesitated for a moment, then said, If Sect Master wants to take a look at the Black Street, I can take you there. Black Street? Lin Feng looked at Long Shiyu in surprise. He felt that Long Shiyu was not a simple person, because Long Shiyu rarely talked about his background. Moreover, he was always calm and collected in the face of trouble. In the Dragon Gate, other than himself, Long Shiyu was the second most important person. Of course, Long Shiyu had always been very respectful towards him. As for his background, it was a secret, and if Long Shiyu did not talk about it, Lin Feng would not take the initiative to ask. Long Shiyu said, That place is called the Black Street. All right, Shiyu, take us to see what good things there are in this mysterious Black Street. Lin Feng said, Follow me. Under Long Shiyu's lead, everyone headed towards the northwest of the imperial capital. Chapter 269. There was a street in the northwest of the capital. During the day, the shops were closed and there were no pedestrians. It was eerily quiet, but at night the shops were open and people came and went. It was very lively. This was the so-called Black Street. There were a few types of people who came to the Black Street. The first type was people who came from aristocratic families in Martial Kingdom. The second type was people from sects or ancient sections. The third type was people who held important positions in the imperial court. The fourth type was people who were powerful rogue cultivators. There were many guards at the entrance of the Black Street. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, they saw that the people who entered the Black Street had to show their tokens. Only after confirming that there was no problem with their tokens would they be allowed to enter. Is this the Black Street? There are so many guards here. I wonder who created the Black Street. Su Zmo asked in surprise. Long Shiyu said, The Black Street is the busiest underground market in the capital, and even in Martial Kingdom. Many prohibited items can be bought here. Naturally, its background is not to be underestimated. Martial Kingdom alone wouldn't be able to open an underground market like this. Lin Feng nodded and said, "There are traces of an ancient power here." "No wonder." Everyone nodded. Long Shiyu led the way, and the group arrived at the entrance of the Black Street. "Stop!" A guard in black stopped Lin Feng and the others. "This is a token." Long Shiyu took out a token and handed it to the guard. The guard checked the talisman and gave it back to Long Shiyu. Then he waved his hand, and the mysterious cultivators let Lin Feng and the others in. Everybody was allowed to enter the Black Street. The Black Street was very lively. There were many small stalls on both sides of the street, and there were all kinds of shops. Long Shiyu said, "In the deepest part of the Black Street, there's a large market called Dark Mystic Hall. You can find many good things in there." Wu Ming said, "It seems that Brother Long is quite familiar with this place." Long Shiyu said, "I've been here a few times." "Hey, come and take a look. There's actually magic weapons here." Xian Yuanzhan shouted. Everyone walked over. It was a small stall, and there were more than a dozen magic tools on it. There were flying swords, magic robes, jade rulers, seals, and so on. All kinds of magic tools were available. This made Lin Feng very surprised. In the entire imperial capital, only the auction house sold magic tools, and the price was so expensive that it was simply not affordable for ordinary people. And there was actually someone selling magic tools in front of him. Wu Ming muttered, "These artifacts can't be fake." Before Wu Ming could finish his words, Lin Feng quickly patted Wu Ming. Wu Ming turned to look at Lin Feng and found that Lin Feng was shaking his head, indicating that he should not say more. Wu Ming quickly shut his mouth. The origin of the items in the Black Street was unknown. Furthermore, the people who dared to sell things in the Black Street were no small matter. In a place like this, it was best to speak as little as possible. "Patriarch, look at that flying sword. The mysterious snake sword is a spiritual weapon." Wang Kuin picked up a sword and was reluctant to part with it. Lin Feng took it and looked at it. There were 3 words written on the hilt: Qin Chang Ming. He did not know if this sword belonged to this person, or if this person had been killed and the treasure had been stolen. Of course, he would not ask about that. The Black Street, the Black Street. It was something that could not be exposed to the public. The prices of things here were much lower than before. However, one could not ask about the origins of the items here, as that would violate the Black Street's taboo. "This is a good treasure." Lin Feng nodded. Wang Kuin looked at the stall owner and asked, "Boss, how much is this mysterious snake sword?" The stall owner was a thin cultivator who looked to be in his 50s. He narrowed his eyes and said, 5,000,000 gold coins. "That's a little too expensive." Wang Kuin shook his head. If it was only 400,000 or 500,000 gold coins, he might be able to afford it, but 5,000,000 was too expensive. "If it wasn't for sale in the Black Street, would you be able to buy it for less than 15,000,000? The stall owner said coldly. Lin Feng had seen treasures of this level at auctions before, and they were all sold for around 20,000,000 gold coins. Naturally, they were priceless. Fortunately, this was the Black Street. Otherwise, it would not have been so cheap. "All right, I'll buy it for 5,000,000. There's 5,000,000 in this crystal card. Take it." Lin Feng tossed a crystal card to the stall owner. The stall owner checked the card's value and nodded. "This sword is yours." Lin Feng handed the mysterious snake sword to Wang Kuin and said, "There's a name on this sword, but I don't know where it came from. After you bring it back, find someone to fix it up and completely change its appearance before you use it. Don't invite trouble." While saying that, Lin Feng gave the sword to Wang Kuin. "Society master, this is too expensive. How could I dare to accept it?" Wang Kuin rubbed his hands. He clearly wanted it. Lin Feng smiled and said, "We're brothers, so there's no need to be so polite. If you feel bad, you can return it to me when you have enough money." "All right." Wang Kuin accepted the mysterious snake sword, but in his heart he was extremely grateful to Lin Feng. The others looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Lin Feng's actions had left a deep impression in their hearts. Everyone continued to stroll around the Black Street. Xianyuan Zhan and the others bought some things, but Lin Feng did not buy anything. In Xianming Hall, there were many counters with dazzling items on display. When they passed by a counter, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the mysterious demonic pearl was fluctuating, which attracted Lin Feng's attention. The demonic pearl was strange, but there had to be a reason for it to fluctuate. Lin Feng glanced at the counter and finally stopped at a cyan jade stone. At that moment, the mysterious demonic pearl's fluctuations disappeared without a trace. It must be that cyan jade stone. Lin Feng was startled. Something that could cause the mysterious demonic pearl to fluctuate was definitely not simple. Lin Feng firmly believed that. He pointed at the cyan jade stone and asked, "What's that?" The salesperson replied, "Sir, it's a treasure that was excavated from an ancient ruin. Are you trying to trick us?" Wu Ming pursed his lips. The salesperson replied, "In all honesty, sir, our Xianming Hall's reputation in the Black Street is well known. We definitely won't deceive our esteemed customers." "An item from an ancient ruin? How much is it?" Lin Feng asked. 10 million gold coins. The salesperson replied. Long Shiyu and the others rolled their eyes and said, "Why don't you just rob us?" Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "I think that this cyan jade stone might be worth that much. Here's a crystal card. I'll take it." "All right, please wait a moment, sir." The salesperson deducted 10 million gold coins and then handed the cyan jade stone to Lin Feng. Long Shiyu and the others smiled bitterly. They were shocked by Lin Feng's wealth. The cyan jade stone was indeed very strange. It was extremely cold to the touch, and Lin Feng felt a chill invade his body. He was quite shocked. This cyan jade stone definitely hid some secret, and the people from the Xianming Hall probably didn't know about it. They had probably just sold it as an ordinary item excavated from an ancient ruin. Lin Feng felt that he had picked up a great bargain, but now wasn't the time to study it. Lin Feng put the jade stone away without leaving a trace. Update. Update complete. Please subscribe. Please recommend me. Please reward me. Chapter 270. Everybody continued walking around in Xianming Palace. They talked and laughed until they reached the 3rd floor. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block our young prince's way." At this moment, a group of more than 10 guards walked over arrogantly and forcefully separated the crowd. A young man in his 20s walked up to the 3rd floor, surrounded by a myriad of admirers. "It's the 3rd prince of King Taishan," said someone. Someone said. The identity of the person who had come was not simple. Lord Taishan was of noble status, and his children were all nobles. No one dared to provoke such a person. After those people went in, Lin Feng and the others followed. At that moment, there was a small auction going on the 3rd floor. It wasn't about treasures, it was about people. Cages were placed on the platform, and many women were locked in the cages. Those women weren't human. Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman with a foxtail. She was actually a fox woman. There was also a girl who was cute and had a pair of snow-white ears. She was a rabbit woman. There were more than 20 beautiful women in the cages. These women were all trembling as they looked at the people around them in horror. "Ladies and gentlemen, these are the first beastkin beauties to be shipped back from the Beastman Empire. They're all beautiful and exotic. Ladies and gentlemen, please buy one and have a taste. It'll be quite interesting." A middle-aged man standing on the stage shouted loudly, which immediately attracted the enthusiastic response of many people. "Beastmen are also people. How can they be auctioned?" said Lin Feng gloomily. Even though the Beastmen and Zhan Wu country were at war, it was still a war between countries. Auctioning people was a blasphemy and an insult to life. Long Shiyu said, "This kind of thing can be found in many places. Some high officials and nobles like to buy such high-quality beastmen women to train at home." Humph. Lin Feng waved his sleeves and turned around to leave. Everybody smiled wryly and followed him. Patriarch, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over something like this. Zhang, Lei Ting persuaded. Lin Feng sighed. Brothers, please don't blame me. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng said, We said that when the orcs invaded the true martial country, blood would flow like rivers and everyone would hate them. But now, look at the borders of the true martial country. Aren't these so-called officials and nobles also bidding for these orc women? I wonder how many beastmen's families will be destroyed. Even beastmen should be equal. How can these people trample on the dignity of life? Long Xiu and the others didn't say anything and just listened quietly. Lin Feng replied, I misspoke. Perhaps I shouldn't have stood up for these pitiful beastmen. Wang Kuin said, We understand sect leaders' thoughts, but this kind of thing can't be stopped. In the eyes of many people, some lives are very lowly and can be trampled on as they wish. This world itself is so unfair. That's right, Lin Feng muttered. At this moment, a strong desire suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's heart. How he wanted to turn the Tianwu continent's 3,000 continents into a world of peace, where there was no war, where all lives were respected and everyone was equal. However, in the end, Lin Feng could only smile wryly. Even the ancient era's Saint Emperor couldn't achieve this. What more him? Let's go back. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and returned to the Azure Dragon Institute. Back at their residence, Lin Feng took out the green jade stone and said, Fire Qilin, come and take a look. What is this green jade stone? The Fire Qilin narrowed its eyes. I'm sleeping, no time. Aren't you curious? Lin Feng asked. The Fire Qilin was a little curious. It raised its head and looked at the green jade stone in Lin Feng's hand. He suddenly jumped up, his eyes widening as he cried out in shock, What's this? Judging from the Fire Qilin's reaction, this green jade stone was not simple awe. The Fire Qilin had already jumped over, saying, Quick, let me see this jade stone. Lin Feng threw the jade stone to the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin turned the jade stone over and over, becoming more and more shocked. It's actually this kind of thing. Lin Feng asked, What exactly is this thing? Where did you find it? Are there any other similar jade stones? The Fire Qilin asked instead of answering. I found it in a market. I looked around, and there was only one green jade stone in the store. I bought it because the devil pearl fluctuated a little. Lin Feng explained. The Fire Qilin said, It's not strange for this thing to cause a reaction from the devil pearl. What exactly is this? Lin Feng asked with an itch in his heart. Martial talisman. The Fire Qilin said. Martial talisman? What's a martial talisman? Lin Feng looked at the Fire Qilin in confusion. This was his first time hearing about martial talismans. Have you ever heard of the martial spirit evolution theory? The Fire Qilin looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, I've heard that martial spirits are divided into ranks from 1 to 10. Through special treasures, one's martial spirit can evolve. If it's a rank 10 martial spirit, it usually has terrifying abilities. For example, my devouring martial spirit was a rank 10 martial spirit when I took the test. Then I swallowed some precious treasures and my devouring martial spirit turned into 3, completing its first evolution. The Fire Unicorn nodded and said, Indeed, that's the evolution of your spirit. You're really lucky to have been able to swallow such a powerful medicine and complete the first evolution of your spirit. However, such treasures can only complete the first evolution of your spirit. If you take more treasures, even great Luo celestial pills, you won't be able to complete the second evolution. Lin Feng's expression changed. Didn't you say that my martial spirit could evolve into 10 devouring martial spirits at most? Now that I've only had 3 devouring martial spirits, it can't evolve anymore? I didn't say that your martial spirit can't evolve anymore. I just said that swallowing precious treasures won't allow you to evolve again. The fire Qilin said the martial spirit has a great resistance to natural treasures. Even during the first evolution of the martial spirit, 80% of cultivators will fail to evolve after consuming natural treasures. Therefore, I said that you were very lucky to be able to complete the evolution of your martial spirit. The second time you consumed a natural treasure, there was no possibility of evolution at all. If precious treasures can't make a martial spirit evolve, how can it evolve again? Lin Feng was puzzled. The fire Qilin shook the cyan jade. The secret is here. Martial talismans can make a cultivator's martial spirit evolve again. Chapter 271. Talismans can make one's spirit evolve. Lin Feng's eyes were wide open. If that was the case, wouldn't he have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity? If his spirit evolved again, would there be a fourth one? If there was a fifth black hole, his strength would double. What kind of terrifying combat power would this increase? Don't be happy too early, said the fire Qilin. Lin Feng looked at the fire Qilin suspiciously. Said the fire Qilin, talismans can make one's spirit evolve, that's true, but the talisman you obtained can't. Why? Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but ask. Because it's a damaged talisman. Only a complete talisman can make one's spirit evolve again, said the fire Qilin. A damaged talisman? Lin Feng took the talisman and examined it carefully. It was indeed damaged. 2 of its corners were missing, said the fire Qilin. There are very few talismans in the world. According to legends, there are 81 talismans in total. This should be a bluestone talisman, but it's only the first part. The other 2 parts are missing. Doesn't that mean that even if I have a part of the bluestone talisman, it's useless? The world is so big. Where can I find the other 2 parts? Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Finding the second and third parts of the bluestone talisman was extremely difficult. In this vast world, finding 2 talismans would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No, there are some clues left behind. Look, there are some blurry symbols on the talisman. Copy the symbols on the talisman, said Lin Feng. Said the fire Qilin. All right. Lin Feng nodded. He used the purple-scaled beast's blood to stain the bluestone talisman. Then he took out a piece of paper and started copying the blurry talismans on the talisman. The purple-scaled beast's blood was very mysterious. It could show some blurry words and drawings. Lin Feng copied some distorted talismans, but they weren't spiritual marks. They seemed to be mysterious words, but Lin Feng had never seen them before. He frowned slightly and asked, "What is the meaning of this scribbled talisman?" The fire Qilin replied, "This is the primordial godly script. It's the script of a godly spirit race, and it has been lost for a long time. Do you recognize the content of these words?" Lin Feng asked. The fire Qilin nodded and said, "The content recorded here is Fire Dragon Mountain." Where was the Fire Dragon Mountain? I've never heard of it. I've never heard of the Fire Dragon Mountain either, but I know of a place called the Fire Dragon Mountain. It's in the southeastern part of the Jianwu country, between the border of the Tianfeng country and the Jianwu country. Lin Feng said, "Fire Dragon Ridge?" The fire Qilin frowned slightly. "What the hell is this place?" Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Maybe we can try our luck." The fire Qilin scratched his head and said, "If the bluestone talismans are close enough, they should be able to sense each other." "That's great. If we can sense it, we might be able to gain something when we reach the Fire Dragon Mountain range," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin curled its lips and said, "Even if there is a harvest?" "I'm guessing we've only found the second part of the talisman. We don't know if we'll be able to find the third part of the talisman on the second part, so don't get your hopes up. In the end, there is still hope," Lin Feng said with a smile. He could not wait to rush to the Fire Dragon Ridge because it involved a lot of things. Thinking about it, if Lin Feng really collected all 3 bluestone talismans, he would be able to use the strength of the talismans to make his spirit evolve once again. when the devouring martial spirit was awakened. How terrifying would Lin Feng's combat strength be? Lin Feng couldn't wait to explore the flaming dragon ridge. On the second day, Lin Feng told Long Xiu and the others that he would be out for a while. During this time, he asked them to take care of the dragon gate. Then he booked a griffin and rode it to the flaming dragon ridge. Meanwhile, when Lin Feng had left, Liamo's son had made some discreet inquiries about Lin Feng's whereabouts, so he had written a letter to him. Brother Wu, Lin Feng has left the Azure Dragon Institute recently. According to the news, he's heading to the flaming dragon ridge. I hope Brother Wu can personally kill him. He did not sign his name on the letter. Obviously, Li Mersen was very cautious. He had someone send the letter out, and then his face revealed a sinister expression. Little bastard, let's see how you'll die this time. Lin Feng naturally did not know that there was a conspiracy waiting for him. At this moment, he was lying on the griffin's soft fur, basking in the sun. He was very lazy, and this was a rare moment of leisure. The griffin's owner was a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s. His surname was Feng, and because he had a broken leg, people called him Cripple Feng. Cripple Feng said, "Young master, are you going to the flaming dragon ridge to see someone slay a dragon?" Slay a dragon? Lin Feng sat up. The dragon was an extremely powerful creature. Now, there were even many people who regarded the dragon as a god. Even the fire Qilin pricked up its ears to listen. Yes, rumor has it that a fire dragon appeared in the depths of the flaming dragon ridge, and someone wants to slay it. This matter has been spreading like wildfire, and I don't know how many people have been attracted to the flaming dragon ridge. Cripple Feng said Lin Feng. According to legends, 30,000 years ago, a fire serpent appeared in the Fire Dragon Mountain and turned into a dragon. That's how it got its name. But in reality, the Fire Dragon Mountain hasn't had a dragon for tens of thousands of years. Where did this fire dragon come from? Cripple Feng said, I don't know about this kid, but I do know that there are many people coming and going from the Flaming Dragon Town. It said that some ancient families and even experts from the Holy Lands have come. Then, did anyone really see a fire dragon? Lin Feng continued to ask. This little one is not very clear about this, but this matter has been spreading like wildfire, so it should be true. When young master arrives at the Flaming Dragon Town, ask around carefully, and you might be able to find out if this news is true or not. Cripple Feng said. Lin Feng nodded. 5 days later, finally, they arrived at the Flaming Dragon Ridge. There were continuous volcanoes, and the temperature was extremely high. Flames could even be seen burning in the mountains. From afar, the gigantic mountain ridge looked like a gigantic dragon lying on the ground. Is that the Flaming Dragon Ridge? Lin Feng looked at the Flaming Dragon Ridge in astonishment. He could feel a boundless, majestic, and ancient qi assaulting his face. That's right, young master. That's the Flaming Dragon Ridge. We'll land outside the Flaming Dragon Town. It's only 30 miles away from the Flaming Dragon Ridge. Young master can rest there, Cripple Feng said. All right, let's land outside the Flaming Dragon Town. Lin Feng nodded. An hour later, the griffin landed outside the Flaming Dragon Town. Lin Feng jumped off the griffin and narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction of the Flaming Dragon Town. We're finally here, Lin Feng said. Chapter 272. Inside the Fire Dragon Town, it was very lively. This was the border between the two nations. Since the Zhanwu Nation and the Windy Nation had established a good relationship, there were cultivators from the two nations coming and going here. Furthermore, the Fire Dragon Town was an important frontier fortress. It was one of the important trading places between the Zhanwu Nation and the Windy Nation. Candied plums! Ancestral candied plums! 30 copper coins for a bowl. Old Lee's meat buns. Have a look. Try some. Free if there's not enough meat. Candied haws. Candied haws. Kid, give me some candied haws. It's definitely sweet and sour. The entire street was filled with the sound of hawking. Lin Feng asked, What do you think about the fire dragon? The fire Qilin replied, there are two types of dragons. One is the Eastern Dragon tribe, and the other is the Western Dragon tribe. Oh, Eastern Dragon tribe? Western Dragon tribe? Lin Feng looked at the fire Qilin in astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of such a classification of dragons. The Eastern Dragon tribe is extremely rare, and they are part of the Eastern Divine Dragon tribe. They are extremely powerful divine beasts. Look at that python. It's a 1,000-year flower flood dragon, and after 10,000 years, it looks very similar to the Eastern Divine Dragon tribe. Below the Divine Dragon tribe, there are some Eastern Dragon tribes with impure bloodlines. Because the dragon tribe is addicted to sex, there's a saying that the dragon has 9 sons. Eastern Dragon tribe. Lin Feng knew that the fire unicorn was talking about dragons from the mountain and sea scriptures. They were all famous dragons from the mountain and sea scripture. However, these dragon tribes were extremely rare, and Lin Feng had never seen one before. They were as rare as the Qilin tribe. The fire Qilin continued, there is another type of dragon tribe, the Western Dragon tribe. Western Dragon tribe? What kind of dragon tribe is that? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. The fire Qilin said, rumor has it that on the other side of the endless sea, there is an ancient continent that we call the Western continent. The Western Dragon clan is a kind of dragon that flew over from that ancient continent. There are many different kinds of dragons in the Western Dragon clan. According to the classification of races, there are golden dragons, silver dragons, winged dragons, and so on. The Western Dragon clan is different from the Eastern Dragon clan. The Eastern Dragon clan is incomparably handsome, while the Western Dragon clan is bloated, like a giant lizard with wings. Uft! Giant lizard with wings? Lin Feng immediately burst out laughing. Isn't this shape too strange? Lin Feng had the impression that dragons were noble and dignified, but that didn't seem to be the case. On the contrary, it was rather comical. The fire Qilin said, don't underestimate the Western Dragon clan just because they look like Western Dragon clan. Some of the Western Dragon clan's powerful bloodlines are not inferior to the Eastern Dragon clan. Lin Feng the fire Qilin rolled its eyes and said, of course, dragons are powerful existences. Lin Feng said, there are so many people coming and going in the fire dragon town. I wonder what kind of dragon clan they are. Eastern Dragon tribe or Western Dragon tribe? I've never heard of a fire dragon tribe in the Eastern Dragon tribe. That's because the Eastern Dragon tribe is a water-type dragon tribe. Look, in the legends, the Dragon King can summon clouds and summon rain for a reason. 2 years ago, the giant flood dragon tribe was also able to summon clouds and summon rain. However, the Western Dragon tribe has all kinds of strange abilities, including lightning, wind, fire, and other attributes. If there really is a dragon tribe this time, I'm guessing that it's a Western fire dragon. The fire Qilin said. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. That's possible. He walked towards the town, planning to find an inn to stay in before looking for the second bluestone talisman. When he passed by an intersection, he saw a group of people gathered together. He didn't know what was going on, but it looked quite lively. Lin Feng squeezed into the crowd to watch. Everyone, this is a snake girl. She's 14 years old this year and definitely hasn't been cultivated yet. Once a snake girl grows up, she'll be enchanting and charming. 2 more years, and she'll be a delicate beauty. Of course, if you want to buy her, you can cultivate her now. She's tender and tender, so her taste will naturally be different. A big man laughed loudly. He seemed to be a mercenary, and there were few people around him. Behind the big man, a young girl was curled up and trembling. The young girl's clothes were ragged, but her skin was fair and delicate. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at anyone. She was obviously in extreme fear. Snake girl? Lin Feng was surprised. Could it be a beast? But it seemed that there was no such thing as a snake tribe among the beasts. The fire Qilin whispered, snake girls are born from a demonic snake and a human woman. They're usually seductive. At that moment, someone said, Lu Chang, what's this snake girl's background? Could she be a descendant of a terrifying, demonic snake from deep in the mountains? If we buy her, wouldn't we be courting death? The cultivator called Lu Chang said, We found this snake girl in a village. The villagers saw her as an evil creature and cursed her every day. We asked around and found out that she was born from a woman in the village, but that woman died of an illness 2 years ago. We're saving her from her misery. Now we're selling her to you so that she can live a good life in the future. We're doing good deeds and accumulating good karma. Bullshit, you're just trying to make a fortune. Many people thought disdainfully. Someone said, Then make this girl raise her head and let us see if she's a snake girl. Raise your head. Lu Chang kicked the snake girl. The snake girl trembled even more violently. Fuck, you dare not listen to me? Lu Chang's face sank. He grabbed the snake girl's hair and pulled it back. The snake girl's face appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that face, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although this snake girl was only 14 years old, her face was exquisite and beautiful. It was like a masterpiece from the heavens. She was so perfect that there wasn't the slightest flaw. She looked no different from a human, but her eyes were different. A human's eyes were black and white, but the snake girl's eyes were dark green. She really is a snake girl, many people exclaimed. The snake girl trembled violently. Her eyes were filled with innocence as she looked helplessly at everyone. Seeing the snake girl's frightened and helpless eyes, Lin Feng was slightly touched. Lu Chang loosened his grip on the lamia. The lamia's body curled up into a ball as she trembled in fear. Haha, not bad. This snake girl is very beautiful. You're called Lu Chang, right? Are you sure this snake girl is still a virgin? At that moment, a group of people squeezed through the crowd. The leader was a young man in his 20s. Young master, we've already checked with the old woman in Fiery Dragon Town. She's definitely a virgin, said Lu Chang with a mischievous smile. Haha, this young master likes exotic beauties, and I like young girls who haven't grown up yet. It's more fun to play with them. This young master will buy this lamia. Let's see how she tastes tonight. The young man burst into laughter. Come, raise your head and let me see. The snake girl trembled. Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You're going to become my woman tonight and you dare disobey me? The young man smiled coldly and stretched out his hand to grab the snake girl. He wanted to forcibly raise her face to admire her beauty, but his eyes were filled with lust. Crack! A hand reached out and grabbed the young man's wrist. Following that, a faint laughter rang out. I've also taken a liking to this snake girl. Chapter 273. Brat, who are you? How dare you grab this young master? Are you tired of living? The young master struggled twice, but failed to break free. His expression was ugly to the extreme. Let go of our young master. Several guards shouted coldly, but since their young master was in the young man's hands, they did not dare to act rashly. Lin Feng chuckled. We're all trying to buy this lamia, not because we're angry. Lin Feng released the young master. The several guards behind the young master wanted to make a move, but the young master was also a shrewd person. Sensing that Lin Feng was not simple, he waved his hand, signaling them not to make a move. This one is Heavenly Wind Nation's Song Family's third young master, Song Xian. How should I address you? Song Xian said indifferently. So he's a descendant of Heavenly Wind Nation's Duke Cheng. Someone said in a low voice. Obviously, he had heard of the Song family of the Windy Nation. The Song family's ancestor had followed the Heavenly Wind Nation's founder and conquered a large part of Heavenly Wind Nation. He was conferred the title of Duke Cheng, a hereditary first-grade Grand Duke. In Heavenly Wind Nation, the Song family was definitely a prominent family. Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, Azure Dragon Institute? Someone from true martial country? But I don't think there's a big family with the surname Lin in true martial country, right? He's probably a disciple from a small family. Some people were discussing among themselves. Song Xian had thought that Lin Feng was also a disciple of a big family, so he had a higher opinion of him. But now it seemed that he was only from a small family, so he did not put him in his eyes. The way he looked at Lin Feng was filled with arrogance. What? You want to buy it too? You want to compete with this young master? Song Xian's tone was sarcastic, full of mockery. Lin Feng was not angered by Song Xian's disdain. He said indifferently, "That's right, I want to buy it too. Let's go to the highest bidder." The Fire Qilin shook its head, as if blaming Lin Feng for meddling in other people's business. But it soon nodded as if it was gratified by Lin Feng's action. Lin Feng didn't want to interfere in this matter. But seeing how pitiful the lamia, this young master, Song Xian, after buying her, Lin Feng couldn't stand it. This lamia was only a 14-year-old girl, not yet an adult Song Xian, yet she was already, Therefore Lin Feng attacked. Song Xian spat coldly. 50,000 gold coins. Song Chong said, Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was too high. 50,000 gold coins was equivalent to 50 million taels of silver. Many people looked at Lu Chong and the others with envy, wondering why they weren't lucky enough to meet a lamia. It's only 50,000 gold coins. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins, and this lamia is mine. Song Xian wanted to show off how rich he was, so he directly doubled the price of the lamia. As expected of Duke Cheng's descendant, the son of an aristocratic family is indeed the son of an aristocratic family. Of course, don't you know what kind of place Duke Cheng's manor is? It's so rich that it can rival an entire country. As a direct descendant of Duke Cheng, young Master Song naturally doesn't lack money. Many people were discussing this matter, said Song Xian when he heard everybody's comments. He looked at Lin Feng in a disdainful way. Hee, Brother Lin, are you able to offer a higher price? Song Xian asked with a fake smile. Lin Feng said, I can't be bothered to compete with you. I'll take this lamia for 1,000,000 gold coins. What, 1,000,000 gold coins? Many people's mouths twitched, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Ah! Lu Chong cried out in surprise. He hurriedly bowed and said, Young master, this lamia is yours. Yours. Lin Feng took out 2 crystal cards and said, Toss them over to Lu Chong. Lu Chong checked the cards and said, Young master, here are 2,000,000 gold coins. 2,000,000. Song Xian's mouth twitched violently. He only had 500,000 gold coins on him. Yet, Lin Feng had just casually thrown out 2,000,000 gold coins. This made Lu Chong feel endless humiliation. His arrogant attitude, tone, and questioning had all been a slap to his own face. When he looked at Lin Feng, he couldn't help but feel jealous and evil. Lin Feng ignored Lu Chong and squatted down. He gently patted the lamia with his left hand and grabbed her small hand with his right. He looked at the lamia, who was curled up and trembling, and said, It's fine now. Trust me, I won't bully you. The lamia raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She saw a clean and sunny smile. The lamia's terrified and helpless heart seemed to have found some support in that moment. She couldn't help but grab Lin Feng's hand tightly. Get up and come with me, Lin Feng said. The lamia nodded timidly. She hid behind Lin Feng, her body still trembling slightly. Even now, she was still very afraid of this world. Slap your own face until I'm satisfied. As long as I'm satisfied, the other 1,000,000 gold coins will be yours. Lin Feng said indifferently. Many people's mouths twitched violently again. 1,000,000 gold coins was casually thrown out for these people to slap their own faces? Damn, that was 1,000,000 gold coins. A mountain of 1,000,000 gold coins. Just to see the other party slap their own faces, wasn't this too willful? Many people wanted to kneel in front of Lin Feng and say, Give me 1,000,000 gold coins, and I'll slap my own face however you want. I'll slap. Lu Chang nodded and bowed, but he was just slapping his own face. Slap, 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 slap. Lu Chang began to slap his own face fiercely. And you guys. Lin Feng looked coldly at the people around Lu Chang. We'll slap too. Young master, look, we'll slap now. The other few people nodded and bowed, slapping their own faces one after another. See, these people are nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng looked at the lamia. The lamia nodded timidly. She looked at Lu Chang and the others who were slapping their own faces. Originally, these people looked fierce to the girl, but in front of the young master, these people were like dogs. The lamia couldn't help but have an unprecedented feeling of worship for Lin Feng. But even the lamia herself didn't know what that feeling was. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Lin Feng's hand. Chapter 274. In the inn, the lamia had cleaned herself up and changed into clean clothes. She stood in front of Lin Feng, looking as beautiful as a fairy. However, she was very shy. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. "What's your name?" asked Lin Feng. Yuan, said the lamia in a weak voice. "Do you have any relatives?" "Where are they?" asked Lin Feng. Yuan was very smart. When she heard Lin Feng's question, she quickly knelt on the ground and said, "Prince, please don't drive me away. I'm willing to stay by your side and serve you." Said Lin Feng, "Get up. I didn't say I wanted to drive you away." Yuan didn't get up. She sobbed and said, "Prince, you asked if I had any relatives. Didn't you want to give me away?" Said Lin Feng, "No, you're thinking too much. I just wanted to show you some concern. If you don't want to say anything, then don't say anything. Just stay by my side in the future." "Thank you, Prince." Yuan stopped crying and smiled. After Yuan left, the fire Qilin said, "She's quite clever, but I don't know if keeping her by my side is a blessing or a curse. After all, she's the child of a powerful beast and a human woman." Said Lin Feng, "So many years have passed. Why do you need to worry about such things? She's so pitiful. If I don't care about her, she'll have a tragic end. Since I bought her, I'll keep her by my side." The fire Qilin nodded and stopped talking about Yuan with Lin Feng. He said, "What do you plan to do next?" "When I was sitting on the griffin, I looked down from the sky and discovered that the Fire Dragon mountain range was over 100 miles long. It was surrounded by mountains and dangerous areas. In the depths of the mountains, there were definitely many powerful, ferocious beasts. It would not be easy to find a second talisman in a place like this," said Lin Feng. "Of course, it won't be easy to find a second talisman in the mountains. Luckily, you have the first talisman. If you get close to the second talisman, I'm sure the two talismans will sense each other," said the fire Qilin. "I hope so." Lin Feng nodded. The next day, the sunlight penetrated through the window into the room. The warm sunlight sprinkled on his body. Lin Feng couldn't help but open his eyes. He stretched comfortably. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. Creak. The door opened and Yuan walked in with a basin of water. She said, "Young master, the water is ready. Would you like to wash up?" "All right." Lin Feng got up and finished washing himself with Yuan's help. "Breakfast is here. Do you want to eat now?" Yuan asked. "You go out first, I'll come out later," Lin Feng said. "Yes." Yuan answered and walked out. This Yuan was rather obedient. After breakfast, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin went out together. Lin Feng first went to a bookstore to buy a map of the Flaming Dragon Ridge. At this time, a few cultivators also entered the bookstore. They heard these cultivators talking as they walked. It said that a fire dragon really did appear in the depths of the Flaming Dragon Ridge. Someone seems to have seen a huge creature surrounded by flames. It must be a fire dragon. Some people from ancient organizations have appeared. They've already gone to investigate, It's said that experts from several holy lands have come. They want to slay the dragon and take its heart. The heart of a fire dragon is the main ingredient for refining the immortality pill. An immortality pill can extend one's lifespan by 5,000 years. It's just that the heart of a fire dragon is hard to find. It's no wonder that experts from ancient holy lands have appeared. The group stopped talking about the map and said, "Boss, give each of us a map of the Flaming Dragon Ridge. The more detailed, the better." "All right, please wait a moment, sirs," the shop owner said with a smile. Due to the high number of cultivators visiting the shop, business had improved as well. Naturally, he was all smiles. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin returned to the tavern. He studied the terrain of the Flaming Dragon Ridge. There were continuous mountains and the terrain was dangerous. There were also many volcanoes scattered around. The rocks in some places were brittle, and if one wasn't careful, they might fall into an underground world of lava. Lin Feng said, "Tomorrow I plan to enter the Flaming Dragon Ridge and search for the Bluestone Talisman." "All right, go ahead." "I won't go with you," the Fire Qilin said. All right, just wait here," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. The next day, Lin Feng told Ziyuan that he would enter the Flaming Dragon Ridge to do some business. He asked Ziyuan to stay in the tavern and also asked the Fire Qilin to take care of Ziyuan. He didn't know if the Fire Qilin was reliable. Lin Feng then headed towards the Flaming Dragon Ridge. Actually, many people had entered the Flaming Dragon Ridge along the way. They were probably there to watch the experts from the ancient holy lands slay dragons. This kind of thing was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Naturally, it would arouse the interest of many people. Lin Feng was also very interested. If he wasn't looking for the second Bluestone Talisman, Lin Feng would probably have gone to watch the experts from the ancient holy lands slay dragons. However, Lin Feng had more important things to do now. Lin Feng entered the Flaming Dragon Ridge. He didn't have a good idea now. He could only walk around the Flaming Dragon Ridge and see if the first Bluestone Talisman had any reaction. Lin Feng was resting in front of a small stream when a dozen figures rushed over from afar. "Young master, there's a small stream ahead. Let's rest there," one of the guards said. "All right." The young master, who was being protected by the guards, nodded. One of the guards went to the stream to fetch some cool water for the young master to drink. The group soon arrived at the stream. When the young master saw Lin Feng, he was surprised. "It's you." The young master, who was being escorted by a group of guards, was none other than Song Xian, the descendant of Duke Cheng, who had competed with Lin Feng for Ziyuan. Lin Feng nodded and said, "So it's Brother Song." It seems that Brother Song wants to enter the Flaming Dragon Ridge to watch the ancient holy lands slay dragons. Song Xian sneered and said, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid of you?" Lin Feng shrugged. "You dare to compete with me for a woman? You actually aren't afraid of me after meeting me in the wilderness. You have some guts." Song Xian's expression was indifferent. "It's a fair competition. Could it be that Brother Song is jealous of me?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "No one has ever been able to snatch something from me," Song Xian said coldly. Song Xian said coldly as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Lin Feng frowned. It seemed that Song Xian wasn't going to let the matter rest. Lin Feng naturally wasn't afraid of Song Xian. He just didn't want to cause trouble. However, if trouble came, he wouldn't care. "Brother Song, what do you mean?" Lin Feng asked coldly. Chapter 275. Ha 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 ha. Song Xian suddenly burst into laughter. He glared coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. "What a fool! Even now, you still don't know what I'm going to do. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your treasures and crystal cards, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground." Song Xian was confident that he could defeat Lin Feng just because he had the advantage in numbers. What kind of person was Lin Feng? Even though Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person to cause trouble, he was still a person of great importance. If anyone dared to provoke him, they would definitely meet a tragic end. Just your threats are enough for you to die 10 times over. However, on account of the heavens' benevolence, if you kneel down and apologize, I'll spare you." Lin Feng pointed at Song Xian as he spoke. "What is that brat saying? He wants young master to kneel down?" The guards beside Song Xian were dumbfounded. None of them had expected Lin Feng to say such words to Song Xian. This brat was alone. On the other hand, they had more than a dozen people on their side. These guards had followed Song Xian for a long time, and they understood his personality. At this moment, they were all staring at Lin Feng as though they were looking at a dead man. "This brat is dead for sure, and he'll die a miserable death." Song Xian's face immediately darkened. Someone actually dared to ask him to kneel down? That brat was courting death. Song Xian stared coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. "Brat, you're really courting death. Since you're courting death, I don't mind ending your life right here and now. Kneel down and I'll spare your life. I won't give you a third chance," said Lin Feng coldly. He looked indifferent. Song Xian's face contorted in anger. "Brat, you're courting death, aren't you? I won't kill you right away. I'll torture you so much that you'll wish you were dead. You'll kneel before me like a dog and beg for mercy." Song Xian sneered. Lin Feng looked at Song Xian coldly. This brat no longer had chance. "What are you waiting for? Do it!" Song Xian bellowed coldly. "Yes, sir." Immediately, more than a dozen guards rushed toward Lin Feng, all of them wearing hideous smiles. "Brat, how dare you offend our young master? You must be tired of living." The guard who took the lead had a sinister look on his face. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. This guard was quite powerful. He was at the 10th celestial layer of the martial master realm and could definitely be considered an expert. However, his opponent was an expert like Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and threw a punch. Bang! Suddenly, the two sides fiercely collided with each other, followed by a cracking sound. The rest of the guards saw that the arm of the first guard who attacked Lin Feng was directly broken. Then, Lin Feng's fist ruthlessly smashed into the guard's chest. Kacha! The guard's chest directly caved in. His sternum was broken by Lin Feng's punch. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell to the ground. He was already dead. He was killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. This brat is savage. Let's attack together. Seeing the first guard killed by Lin Feng with a single punch, the rest of the guards' faces changed. Someone shouted loudly, and more than a dozen people rushed forward. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He disappeared like an afterimage. He rushed into the crowd and threw out punch after punch. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out one after another. One after another, the guards were sent flying by Lin Feng. Horrible shrieks were unceasingly spreading in the air. Lin Feng had killed them in one strike. He killed a guard with a single punch. Those guards were extremely strong, but in front of Lin Feng, there was a huge difference between them and Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 guards died. The remaining 6 or 7 were so scared that their faces turned pale, not daring to go forward. "Young master, leave quickly!" A few guards shouted with pale faces. At this moment, how could they dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng? As for the haughty Song Xian, he had long been scared half to death. Song Xian was originally a second-generation young master. Although he was also a 7th-layer martial master, in front of Lin Feng, he was too weak. Song Xian saw that his 10th-layer martial master guards were killed by Lin Feng with a single punch, let alone him. At this moment, how could he dare to stay? He turned around and ran. Lin Feng sneered, "If I want to kill someone, they definitely won't be able to escape." He jumped 40 to 50 meters. His speed was too fast. In an instant, he was in front of Song Xian. "Kill him! Hurry up and kill him!" Song Xian shouted in fear. Buzz! The guards immediately used their flying swords. Song Xian was indeed worthy of being a young master of a large aristocratic family. He actually had treasures like flying swords. Flying swords, killing through the air. 5 flying swords quickly flew towards Lin Feng. They were extremely fast. In such a short distance, even Lin Feng didn't have time to dodge. The 5 flying swords were already flying towards him. Haha, brat, let's see how you'll die. Seeing the 5 flying swords about to kill Lin Feng, Song Xian shouted excitedly. It was as if he could see Lin Feng being dismembered by the flying swords. Clang, 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 clang. However, when the 5 flying swords landed on Lin Feng's body, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The 5 flying swords were unable to break through Lin Feng's defense. Lin Feng's physical body had already reached the level of a yin-yang realm expert. Ordinary flying swords wouldn't be able to break through Lin Feng's defense. Only flying swords at the spirit level could kill Lin Feng. How is this possible? Song Xian and the others roared in disbelief. Those were flying swords, while Lin Feng was just a body of flesh and blood. Flying swords. They couldn't break through his body of flesh and blood. Seeing this, Song Xian and the others were almost scared to death. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and suddenly grabbed the 5 flying swords. Lin Feng grabbed them. Then, with a slight shake of his wrist, the 5 flying swords flew out. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of tearing flesh could be heard. The 5 flying swords pierced through the chests of the 5 cultivators. The 5 cultivators fell to the ground, completely dead. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I can give you endless wealth and countless beauties. Please don't kill me. Song Xian fell to his knees with a thump. His face was as pale as a sheet. His entire body was trembling. I told you to kneel and beg for your life, but you didn't cherish it. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lin Feng sneered. He stepped forward and slapped at Song Xian. The slap landed on Song Xian's head. Kacha! Song Xian's neck broke. Song Xian fell to the ground, twitched a few times and died. Lin Feng took the storage rings of these people, burned their corpses with heavenly fire, and quickly left this place. However, Lin Feng didn't see that in the forest 2 pairs of sinister eyes were watching everything that was happening. Chapter 276. Is it that brat? One of the 2 cultivators hiding in the dark, a cultivator with a scar on his face, said the other one while taking out a scroll. On the scroll was Lin Feng's face. That's right, it's him. He's the one who killed the young commander, said the other cultivator fiercely. Go back and report to the commander that we've found Lin Feng. I'll follow that brat. Don't let him get away, said the scar-faced man. Be careful, said the other cultivator. Don't worry. The scar-faced man nodded. The other cultivator quickly left while the scar-faced man followed Lin Feng silently. The scar-faced man was quite good at following people. Lin Feng didn't notice him at all. Lin Feng found another place to rest. He was a decisive person. Since Song Xian and the others wanted to die, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and took out their spatial rings. He checked them carefully. There were a total of 7 flying swords that were magic tools. They were worth a lot and were worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Lin Feng put them away. When night fell, the sound of wolves howling could be heard in the forest. On a mountain peak not far away, a pack of wolves howled at the moon. It's the great forest wolves. Lin Feng saw the huge pack of wolves in the distance. The great forest wolves were extremely powerful. An adult great forest wolf could grow up to 10 meters tall. The Wolf King's strength could even reach the level of a human martial king. If they obtained a fortuitous encounter, they could transform into a demon. They would be able to transform into monsters and know how to transform. At that time, they would be equivalent to human yin-yang cultivators. After the pack of wolves held the moon, they jumped down from the mountain and started hunting at night. Many fierce beasts in the forest fled in all directions. No matter where they are, wolves are a race that countless creatures avoid. Lin Feng quickly jumped onto a tree. If he was discovered by the wolves, he would be in trouble. Rustle! Suddenly, Lin Feng's ears twitched. He heard the sound of something moving quickly. He couldn't help but look into the distance. There was only darkness, and he couldn't see anything. Moreover, the soft sound quickly disappeared. Not long after, a pack of wolves appeared. Their roars shook the heavens as they charged into the distance. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they managed to avoid the pack of wolves. The next morning, the forest was in a mess. Lin Feng saw the bones of many fierce beasts. They should be the fierce beasts that were killed by the wolf pack. The meat was eaten, leaving only the bones. After passing through a valley, Lin Feng increased his speed and disappeared into the valley. Scarface rushed into the valley, but Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it, I lost him. Scarface's expression was extremely gloomy. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from outside the forest. Who are you? Why are you following me? Scarface was startled. He turned around and saw Lin Feng walking in from outside the valley. He knew that he had been tricked by Lin Feng. Scarface was someone who had seen a lot. He said, "Little brother, you must be joking. In this vast forest, it's normal for you to take a path. Little brother, why do you think I'm following you?" "It was you last night, right?" said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. "I didn't notice you at first. I have to admit that you're quite good at hiding. But yesterday, when the wolves appeared, the beasts fled. You quickly found a place to hide. Even though your movements were subtle, I still noticed you. At first, I thought you were a ferocious beast, but then I realized something was wrong. Ferocious beasts don't just hide after one attack." At that moment, I knew someone was watching you. Scarface said, "I don't know what you're talking about." "If you don't speak, you'll die." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Scarface sneered, "Little brat, you're quite alert. However, it's still not certain who will win." Lin Feng sneered, "What? You're not going to hide anymore? You're just a piece of trash from the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group." "How do you know I'm from the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group?" Scarface's expression changed abruptly. "Aura." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at Scarface. "I can sense the Heavenly Wolf's aura on your body. Aren't these bloodthirsty wolves raised by the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group?" Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "Little brat, your perception is quite strong. No wonder even the young captain wasn't your match. I wanted to wait for the captain to arrive so that we could surround and kill you. That way, I would have a 90% chance of killing you. But now that you've recognized me, I'll be the one to kill you." "It's the same." Scarface sneered. "You think you can kill me? Against someone like you, I can easily crush you with one hand," said Lin Feng disdainfully. "You're about to die, and you still dare to talk big. Today, I'll show you how strong I am." Scarface jumped up, and with a swoosh, he drilled into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Earth evasion technique. Lin Feng was astonished. Wu Ming of the Dragon's Gate also had an earth evasion technique. Lin Feng had seen Wu Ming use it before. That earth evasion technique was very mysterious. When one drilled into the ground, they would be unobstructed. It was the best way to escape and launch sneak attacks. No, it must be a spirit. I just sensed that his spirit was violently fluctuating. That kind of earth evasion technique must have been activated by his spirit. It's not a secret technique. This spirit is really strange. There's even a spirit that can use earth evasion technique. Lin Feng quickly sensed that something was wrong. He was slightly surprised. Swoosh! Suddenly, a cold light appeared behind him. Scarface came out of the ground. He appeared behind Lin Feng with a sharp dagger in his hand. He wanted to stab Lin Feng in the chest. BZZZ. Scarface's blade was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest. But suddenly an empty space magnetic field appeared and sealed Scarface's movements. "Ah, why can't I move?" Scarface was smiling ferociously. He was terrified. The unknown was the scariest thing. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Scarface indifferently. He said, "That's my spirit. Spare my life. Spare my life. I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Please spare my life." Scarface begged. He didn't want to die. If he had known that Lin Feng was so terrifying, he wouldn't have fought with him. He would have used earth evasion technique to escape. But there were no ifs in the world. "You don't deserve to be my servant," said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Scarface's dagger. Slash! The dagger cut through Scarface's neck. Blood gushed out. Scarface fell to the ground and twitched a few times before he died. Chapter 277. Roar. In the forest, the roars of beasts shook the sky. Lin Feng stood on top of a mountain peak and looked into the distance. He saw a dense pack of beasts rushing out from the depths of the forest. Large areas of the forest were completely destroyed. Awoo! In the distance, a 20-meter-tall giant wolf king let out a long howl. Thousands of mountain wolves surrounded dozens of cultivators and crazily attacked those cultivators. Cultivators were constantly drowned by the mountain wolves. In another direction, hundreds of saber-toothed tigers appeared together and pounced on the fleeing cultivators. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh in the forest, figures as fast as lightning appeared one after another. They were shadow leopards, one of the most terrifying killers in the forest. They were extremely fast and were good at hiding and assassinating. Dozens of shadow leopards were pouncing towards the cultivators who were fleeing. In the sky, huge beasts swooped down and killed the beasts in the forest. "Run! Run quickly!" Many cultivators screamed in horror. But soon they were drowned by the beasts. Too many people died. The beasts in the flaming dragon ridge are rioting. Could it be? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He looked into the depths of the flaming dragon ridge. There should be a fire dragon there. It could only be a dragon. Only a dragon could command all the beasts in the flaming dragon ridge to riot. It seems that the fire dragon has started to counterattack and caused the beasts to riot. The flaming dragon ridge is extremely dangerous. I have to leave for now, or my life will be in danger. Lin Feng used his golden wings and flew out of the flaming dragon ridge. But soon, Lin Feng was attacked fiercely. In the sky, a dense pack of beasts pounced. There was a sky-splitting eagle. There was a golden-feathered eagle. There was a vampire bat. There was a flaming winged beast and other flying beasts. They launched a fierce attack on Lin Feng. F***CK. Lin Feng really wanted to curse. How could Lin Feng dare to fight against an army of flying beasts alone? He would be torn to pieces by this army of flying beasts. He quickly fled forward. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, a dense amount of thunderbolts blasted towards Lin Feng from the sky. Hundreds of flying beasts surrounded by lightning appeared. They were heavenly thunderbirds, about 3 meters long. Although they were not particularly large, heavenly thunderbirds were definitely one of the most terrifying birds. This was because heavenly thunderbirds controlled the power of thunder and could release extremely powerful thunder attacks. The thunder attacks released by hundreds of heavenly thunderbirds gathered together could instantly kill a martial general realm expert. Martial king realm experts would be seriously injured even if they did not die. Yin-Yang realm experts would also have to try their best to avoid them. Bang! The dense lightning struck Lin Feng, directly knocking him down. Even though his body was comparable to a Yin-Yang realm expert's, it still tore apart his flesh and made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and cursed in a low voice. How monstrous! He had almost lost his life. At the moment when he was about to leave, the 3 gigantic wolves of the forest roared and threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his fist and started fighting against the 3 gigantic wolves of the forest. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng punched the 3 gigantic wolves 3 times in a row and sent them flying. However, at this moment, a pitch-black figure quickly rushed over. It was too fast. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly lurked behind Lin Feng and grabbed towards Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng was shocked. This speed was too fast. Fortunately, he reacted in time and quickly dodged to the side. Puff! The black figure scratched Lin Feng's neck and left a bloody mark. Lin Feng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. This was too terrifying. He was almost killed by this beast. At this moment, Lin Feng clearly saw the beast's appearance. It was a pitch-black leopard. It's a shadow leopard. Lin Feng was shocked. There were records of shadow leopards in the classic of mountains and seas. They were killers in the mountains. The shadow leopard's attack missed, and it continued to pounce towards Lin Feng. Confine! Lin Feng released his martial spirit to confine the shadow leopard. Then he directly grabbed the shadow leopard's legs and shouted. Puff! The shadow leopard was directly torn in half by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed out. One day later, Lin Feng finally left the range of the Fire Dragon Ridge. Many cultivators escaped in an incomparably sorry state. Many cultivators died tragically in the Fire Dragon Ridge. Fire Dragon. Someone saw a fire dragon. The people of the ancient sacred land wanted to kill it, but the fire dragon attacked first. It summoned the powerful beasts in the Fire Dragon Ridge and started a riot. It's terrible. I saw dozens of cultivators die in a flash. What's that? Many people from the ancient sacred land died. Ah, is that so? Some young cultivators of the ancient sacred land followed the elders of the ancient sacred land to the Fire Dragon Ridge to watch the elders kill the Fire Dragon Ridge. But the beasts started a riot and the elders couldn't protect everyone. Many people died tragically. The ancient sacred land won't give up. They'll definitely send strong cultivators to clean up the Fire Dragon Ridge. Let's wait. People from the ancient Holy Land want to kill dragons. We're not fated to obtain the fire dragon, but the other ferocious beasts have already been killed. Without the protection of the ferocious beasts, we'll be able to collect the herbs in the forest, said Lin Feng. Indeed, there are many corpses of the beasts. They're priceless. We'll be able to collect them later. Many people were discussing the beasts' riot. Lin Feng returned to the Fire Dragon town. Master, you're back. Ah, you're injured. When Ziyuan saw the wound on Lin Feng's neck, she almost burst into tears. Don't worry, it'll be fine soon, Lin Feng said. Let me bandage it for you, Ziyuan said. All right, Lin Feng nodded. Ziyuan bandaged Lin Feng's wound and left. The Fire Qilin said, It seems like there really is a dragon. If I can devour its origin, I'll be able to recover at least 30% of my divine power. Lin Feng said, If the fire dragon can cause a riot, it must be extremely powerful. It's good enough that you didn't get devoured by it, but you want to devour its origin? The Fire Qilin lay on the table and cursed. Damn it, it's all because of that damned demon orb. If it wasn't for it, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I'm really unlucky. What's the point of saying all this? You should be thanking the heavens for saving your life back then. Lin Feng pursed his lips. One day later, the people from the ancient sacred lands came out. There were a total of 3 ancient sacred lands: Tianqi, Ziguang, and Penglai. These 3 ancient sacred lands were extremely powerful. Tianqi was from the western region, Ziguang was from the immortal continent, and Penglai was from the overseas world. However, the faces of the people from the ancient sacred lands were extremely gloomy. Many people from the ancient sacred lands had died this time, and they were all juniors of the clan. This was unacceptable for the ancient sacred lands. The young cultivators of the clan were the hope of the future, but they had died tragically in a riot of beasts. This made the 3 ancient sacred lands extremely angry. The people from the 3 ancient sacred lands stayed in the Fire Dragon town. There was news that the 3 ancient sacred lands would soon send a divine army to wipe out the beasts in the Fire Dragon Ridge. Chapter 278. countless cultivators retreated from the Flaming Dragon Ridge in a sorry state. As a result, the Flaming Dragon Town became extremely lively. The three ancient sacred lands, Heavenly Pool, Purple Light, and Peng Lai, naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, other than the three ancient sacred lands, there were also some powerful forces, such as some ancient families and a few ancient immortal dynasties. However, these forces seemed to pale in comparison to the three ancient sacred lands. These ancient sacred lands had extremely mysterious inheritances. From the outside, they were shrouded in a mysterious veil. Moreover, everyone had only heard of these ancient sacred lands. They knew which states the ancient sacred lands were located in. However, no one knew the exact location. The ancient sacred lands were high and mighty, looking down on the world. The three ancient sacred lands were ancient existences that could compete with forces like the archaic Jiang family. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin walked towards the trading street of the Flaming Dragon Town. During this period of time, too many experts had come to the Flaming Dragon Town, so a trading street had appeared. Many cultivators would go to the trading street to set up stalls and sell things they did not need. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin arrived at the trading street. As expected, the trading street was bustling with people coming and going. There were many stalls on both sides, and they were all set up by cultivators. This is a superior grade flying sword, Heavenly Slayer sword. A cultivator was holding a treasured sword. It was a flying sword that contained astonishing power. With a slight shake, it produced a vibration in the void. Many people surrounded it. Lin Feng was shocked that someone was selling a superior grade flying sword. This was the first time he had seen such a high grade flying sword. If this was the imperial capital of the Jianwu country, it could be auctioned off. How much is this flying sword? How many gold coins? A young man asked. The cultivator immediately looked at the young man with disdain and said, "Can this sword be bought with gold coins? I need a fire spirit rock. This Heavenly Slayer sword belongs to whoever has it." Obviously, this cultivator wanted to barter. This trading street wasn't an ordinary trading street. Many of the people here were experts from large forces. Therefore, they didn't lack money. What they really needed were some precious heavenly treasures. This was because some heavenly treasures couldn't be bought with money. For example, the fire spirit stone that the cultivator needed. It was said that the metal extracted from it was a material used to forge treasured artifacts. Where would we find a treasure like the fire spirit stone? That's in ore used to forge precious weapons. Many Yin-Yang realm experts are looking for it, but it's hard to find. The young man said, "If not, then why are you talking so much nonsense? Get out of my way." The cultivator's eyes suddenly widened. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin were strolling on the trading street when a young girl attracted Lin Feng's gaze. The young man was dressed in green. His figure was graceful, and his skin was as smooth as jade. He was as beautiful as a fairy. In front of her were a few porcelain bottles, which should contain pills. Lin Feng walked over, squatted on the ground, and asked, "Did you refine these pills?" The young girl nodded and said, "Is there anything you need?" Lin Feng inspected the pills and was astonished. Those pills were of the yellow level, medium level, and medium level. If the girl in front of him had concocted those pills, she must have been an alchemist of the yellow level, medium level, and medium level. Of course, it was also possible that she was an alchemist of an even higher grade. There was no rule that said that a high-grade alchemist couldn't refine low-grade pills for trade. Lin Feng asked, "How are you going to sell these pills?" "I don't want gold or silver. If you can take out some spirit herbs, you can exchange them for my pills." The young girl said. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, just like her. She looked beautiful and elegant. Lin Feng opened a bottle of pills and sniffed. "Is this a frenzy pill?" The young girl was startled. "You recognize it? I haven't seen it before, but I can smell it. It's the frenzy demon grass and heart-devouring grass." Lin Feng said. The young girl was startled. Who was this young man? He could smell the ingredients of the pills just by smelling them. Even she would find it difficult to do that. Senior sister, we should go back. Teacher is waiting for us. We still have to go to the banquet. At that moment, a young girl walked over. This young girl looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She had a delicate appearance and was also very beautiful. However, there was a trace of arrogance between her brows that made people slightly displeased. There was a young man in his 20s next to her. He was wearing white clothes and looked very handsome. Qing Yao, I just came here with my teacher. Let's go back quickly. My teacher is chatting with Uncle Lu. They're waiting for us. The white-clothed young man's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the green-clothed young woman, and then he said with a smile, "Wait for me," Qing Yao said with a smile. "How should I address you, young master?" "Lin Feng, you're an alchemist too?" Qing Yao asked curiously. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. Seeing Qing Yao take the initiative to ask about Lin Feng, the young man's face darkened. A trace of jealousy appeared in his eyes. He put on a fake smile and asked Qing Yao, "Who is this?" Qing Yao smiled and said, "This is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi." Lin Gongzi smelled the demonic frenzy pill I refined and was able to smell the ingredients. He must be a powerful alchemist. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Another young girl said. Her name was Xie Linghui. "I'm Qin Yang, a disciple of Peng Lai. May I know which power Brother Lin is from?" Qin Yang cupped his fists and asked, "Ancient Holy Land successor." Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed like Qing Yao and Xie Linghui were from the same level of power. Lin Feng said, "True Martial Country's Azure Dragon Institute." True Martial Country? Pooh, we've never heard of such a small place. Senior sister, how can such a person be a powerful alchemist? I think he was just lucky to have guessed the ingredients of the demonic frenzy pill. Xie Linghui sneered and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Junior sister, don't be rude. Qing Yao reprimanded her. Xie Linghui said unhappily, "Senior sister, you're reprimanding me because of such a person. Am I wrong? Even the lowest disciple of the Heaven Lake Divine Land is a direct descendant of an ancient family. What kind of power is this true martial country? Even the emperor of the true martial country isn't qualified to be a guard of the Heaven Lake Divine Land, let alone an ordinary disciple of the true martial country. Junior sister, you're too rude." "Shut up." Qing Yao's face darkened. "Humph." Xie Linghui looked at Lin Feng with an evil glare. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Immediately after, she turned around and left. Qin Yang said, "Qing Yao, why did you reprimand for such a lowly person? Besides, didn't say anything wrong." Qing Yao sighed inwardly. She felt that she had been too harsh, so she said, "Go and chase Chapter 279. Lin Gongzi, I'm really sorry. They didn't do it on purpose." Yao looked at Lin Feng apologetically. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. I won't take it to heart. Then I'll leave first. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Yao smiled. "Goodbye." Lin Feng nodded. "Damn, who are they? Aren't they just disciples from the Heaven Lake Divine Land and Peng Lai Divine Land? Back then I even peeked at the Heaven Lake Divine mother bathing. I even beat up the Peng Lai Island Master until his teeth fell out." The fire Qilin curled its lips. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "There's such a thing? You weren't killed by the Heaven Lake Divine Mother? You weren't hunted down by the Peng Lai Island Master? Hey, I'm not bragging, but when I still had my divine power, even the sacred leaders of the ancient sacred land and the human emperor of the ancient dynasty had to be respectful to me." The fire Qilin said, "Now it's like a dragon in shallow waters being toyed with by shrimps and a tiger being bullied by dogs. It seems like I'm the one being looked down upon." Lin Feng said, "Looking down on you is the same as looking down on me." The fire Qilin said indignantly. After pausing for a moment, it asked, "Why aren't you angry?" "Of course I'm angry," but Ziyao is there, so I have to give her some face. Lin Feng said. Ziyao is like heaven and earth compared to that dog shit Qinyang and Xialing Fei. They both come from large factions, but why is there such a big difference? The Fire Qilin muttered. Lin Feng didn't reply, but he clenched his fists in his sleeves. This world. It was such a naked world. He had no strength. He was destined to be looked down upon. The ancient sacred land. It was indeed high and mighty. However, sooner or later, the sacred leaders of the ancient sacred land would have to bow to him respectfully. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "Let's go in and see if there's anything we want to buy." On the trading street, Lin Feng bought some precious array formation materials and spirit herbs. His harvest was quite bountiful. When he was having lunch in a restaurant at noon, he heard a group of cultivators talking about an eye-catching gathering in Fiery Dragon Town in the evening. This gathering was held in the pavilion of clouds and rain. Not only would the experts from the major forces come, but it was said that even the people from the ancient sacred land would come as well. Other than that, even those mysterious spirit array masters and alchemists would appear. I heard that even Medicine King Luo Xingha's disciple, Jing Chaotian, has come. Jing Chaotian? This person is said to only be 28 years old, but he's already a mystic rank alchemist. That's right, a mystic low-level mid-level alchemist. He's a genius that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. I heard that he's a famous figure in the Alchemist Union, Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Wasn't that where Ziyao and the others were heading? The Fire Qilin said, "This is a good opportunity to interact with others of the same trade." Lin Feng nodded. As night fell, Fire Dragon Town became more and more lively. People came and went in front of the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. The Cloud and Rain Pavilion was located in the most bustling area in the center of Fire Dragon Town. The environment was elegant and unique. The gathering of the major forces, spirit array masters and alchemists was held in the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Of course, not everyone was qualified to enter. They either came from a major family or a major force, or they were noble existences like spirit array masters or alchemists. Rumble. In the distance, a loud noise shook the sky. 9 ferocious Qilin beasts, surrounded by black flames, pulled a divine chariot over. Those are black flame beasts, right? Those are existences with the blood of primordial ferocious beasts flowing in their veins. They're actually using black flame beasts to pull the chariot. I wonder what kind of noble person is sitting inside. There were many onlookers in the surroundings, and they discussed animatedly. It's an important figure from the ancient sacred land, Purple Light. Someone said, the Purple Light sacred land was definitely one of the oldest forces in the 3,000 prefectures. It was an ancient sect that was so powerful that it shocked the world. It was rumored that someone from the Purple Light sacred land had cultivated to the divine realm. In the past, the Purple Light sacred land had been an incredible cultivator who had established the Purple Light sacred land. 9 demonic beasts of black flames pulled the carriage. It stopped above the pavilion of clouds and rain, and over 10 cultivators emerged. The person in the lead was a skinny old man. There were 3 middle-aged men with powerful presences, and the rest were all young cultivators. Those people landed and entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Screech! Screech! A long whistle rang out. In the distance, 9 snow-white winged celestial horses pulled a bronze chariot over. In a flash, celestial music filled the air above Fire Dragon Town. It was like the sound of the Great Path. It was like a celestial being was traveling. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed on the ground. That scene was really astonishing. People from the Heaven Lake sacred land. Someone exclaimed. They recognized who they were. Very quickly, the 9-winged celestial horses also stopped above the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. More than 20 women walked out. The leader of the group was a beautiful woman who was about 30 years old. Those women were all extremely beautiful. They were like celestial beings from the 9 heavens. I've heard that the women of the Heaven Lake Sacred Land are all extremely beautiful. Now that I've seen them, I know how beautiful they are. They really are like celestial beings from the mortal world. Many people sighed. The group of people from the Heaven Lake Sacred Land also entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Many people were still talking about the celestial beings from the Heaven Lake Sacred Land. At that moment, roar! A dragon's roar came from the distance. The 9 flood dragons pulled the chariot over. People from the Punglai ancient holy land. It was an ancient holy land from an overseas world. It was extremely powerful. It was the overlord of the overseas world. It was located in the East Sea world. The eastern part of Zhen, Wu country, was connected to the East Sea world. It had a very long coastline. The people from the Punglai ancient holy land also entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. After the strong cultivators from the 3 ancient holy lands arrived, many people entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion one after another. Apart from the 3 ancient holy lands, there were also many ancient clans, celestial dynasties, ancient sects, and so on. In the distance, a boiling cauldron of voices could be heard. Young, strong cultivators had arrived. He was an extremely handsome man. His temperament was otherworldly, and his clothes were as white as snow. It caused a huge commotion. Chin Mubai! Many people cried out in surprise, especially some young women who were screaming. Chin Mubai was the top genius of the 3,000 states. Not only did he come from a noble background, but he was also very powerful. It was said that he was especially good at playing the guqin. He was also very gentle. A man like this was simply perfect. Chin Mubai smiled and entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Soon, another young man arrived. He wore golden clothes and had a cold expression. His arrival also caused a huge commotion. Genie Chen, the top genius of the Divine Prefecture of the East County. There were still countless rumors about Genie Chen in the Divine Prefecture of the East County. Genie Chen also quickly entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin arrived and walked towards the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. However, they were stopped by the guards. "Show me your invitation," the guard said. The Fire Qilin rolled his eyes. The Fire Qilin rolled his eyes. He was quite depressed. This kind of gathering had been stopped. In the past, no one had dared to stop him at the gathering of the Saint Lords of the ancient Holy Land. Thinking of this contrast, the Fire Qilin was furious. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a twisting, faint purple flame appeared at the tip of his finger. It was like a spirit dancing happily. When they saw the flame, the guards were shocked. They quickly bowed and said, "Young master, so you're an alchemist. We've offended you earlier. Please forgive us." These people were all from ancient clans, and they were very respectful when they saw an alchemist. Lin Feng sighed. Alchemists really had a high status. He asked, "Can I go in now?" "Young master, please enter," said the guard hastily while bowing before Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion with the Fire Qilin. Chapter 280. Inside the Pavilion of Clouds and Rain, people came and went. It was very lively. Those who could come here were not simple people. The Pavilion of Clouds and Rain was divided into 3 floors. It was elegant and unique. Ordinary cultivators would talk on the first floor. Those from the major factions would go to the second floor. The top experts would gather on the 3rd floor. Inside the Pavilion of Clouds and Rain was a courtyard. There were rockery and strange stones everywhere. There were pavilions and terraces. The water of the stream shone on the stone bridge. There was also a bamboo forest. The grass was luxuriant. The scenery was as beautiful as a painting. Many people were scattered around. They talked softly in 2s and 3s. I wonder where Chin Mubai and Genie Chen ran off to. Lin Feng was looking for them, back in the undying mountain range. Zi Xiao had died tragically. The golden Buddha, left behind by Zi Xiao's mother, had been stolen. Lin Feng's main suspects were Lord Saber, Genie Chen, Qin Mubai, Fairy Mingyao, and the others. They were strong enough to kill Zi Xiao and steal the treasure. However, Lin Feng was most suspicious of Lord Saber, Qin Mubai, and Genie Chen. This was Lin Feng's intuition. He did not know where this intuition came from, but Lin Feng felt that these three were the most suspicious. Come take a look. The newly unearthed, ancient, immortal treasure! Suddenly a shout came from afar. It attracted many people's attention. Everyone looked over. It was a Taoist priest. He was slightly fat and had soybean-sized eyes. He looked a little wretched. A Taoist priest. Lin Feng was shocked. This was his first time seeing a Taoist priest. There was a mysterious Taoist priest in the 3,000 provinces. In the primordial era, the Three Pure Ones had founded Taoism. It was said that the Three Pure Ones were one of the oldest chaotic ancient gods. They were from the same era as the primordial dragonesque elephants. From this, one could see how long Taoism had been passed down. In the legends, there was a powerful Taoist priest, Laozi, who rode an ox out of Jiayu Pass. His purple qi spread for 30,000 miles. There were also rumors that Taoism had a supreme master who could calculate the universe. He could know the past 500 years, the middle 500 years, and the future 500 years. He knew everything that had happened in the past 1,500 years. It was hard to imagine just what kind of shocking power Taoism had. Even in the 3,000 continents, Taoism was shrouded in mystery. Taoism is very mysterious. It's said that it's hidden in a secret place. Very few Taoists come out. Fire Qilin said, "Have you dealt with Taoists before?" Lin Feng asked. "Years ago, I had a conversation with a Taoist priest. He said that the Taoist priests were the best at making talismans and medicines. Actually, they used great deployment spells to make talismans. It could be said that the most important things about the Taoist priests were the skills of making talismans and medicines. Apart from that, they were also good at making spiritual deployment spells. It was said that they had the ability to communicate with yin and yang. In short, the Taoist priests were very mysterious and evil. Even I didn't know much about them." Fire Qilin said, "In the past, the Fire Qilin was an existence that stood at the peak of the 3,000 provinces. Even someone like this knew very little about Taoism, so one could see just how mysterious Taoism was. Taoist priest, what kind of secret treasure are you trying to sell? Hurry up and show it to us." Many people gathered around. They were all very interested. Taoism had always been mysterious. If a Taoist priest was selling a secret treasure, it might really be priceless. Taoist priest Wu Liang, benefactors, please wait a moment. I'll show you the treasure. The Taoist priest flicked his horsetail whisk. He looked very dignified. However, his chubby face was a little vulgar. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Many people whispered. It said that Taoists were all incredible people. Why does this guy look so vulgar? Is he really a Taoist priest? Or is he a fake? Many people had the same question, including Lin Feng. They couldn't associate a vulgar Taoist priest with a Taoist priest. Someone asked, "How should I address you, Taoist priest?" "I'm Wu Liang." Wu Liang has no limits. Wu Liang has no calamities, no tribulations, no difficulties, said the Taoist priest. "So it's Taoist priest Wu Liang. Nice to meet you." At that moment, the Taoist priest Wu Liang took out dozens of items. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes when they saw them. Could this bunch of broken things be secret treasures? There was a long saber that was rusty beyond recognition. There was also a set of armor that was damaged beyond recognition. There was also a jade ruler that was broken into 2 pieces. It didn't have any spirit left. "Are those the secret treasures you want to recommend to us?" Someone asked, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Everyone, don't underestimate these treasures. They were all dug up from ancient ruins. They used to be divine weapons. Even though they've been eroded by time, they're still quite powerful." The Taoist priest Wu Liang explained calmly. Everyone looked at the Taoist priest with disdain. Did he think they were idiots? The more they looked at the Taoist priest Wu Liang, the more they felt that he was a fake Taoist priest. There were many people who pretended to be Taoist priests in the 3,000 provinces. The Taoist priest Wu Liang seemed to sense everyone's unfriendly gazes. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and say, "Everyone, these are really divine weapons. I definitely wouldn't lie to you. Look at this saber. It might be rotten, but it can still cut through iron like mud." The Taoist priest Wu Liang picked up the saber and slashed at a huge rock. Crack! The rusty long saber was broken into 2 pieces. What the? Many people rolled their eyes. That damned Taoist priest was using such a broken item to trick people? If it wasn't for the fact that he was a Taoist priest, people would have already dealt with him, using the identity of a Taoist priest to cheat people and avoid getting beaten up. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. The people in the surroundings started to disperse. Lin Feng was about to leave when the fire Qilin pulled on Lin Feng's sleeve and said, "Not everything is worthless. Do you see that pitch-black jar? Something doesn't feel right." Lin Feng looked in the direction the fire Qilin was pointing and saw a broken jar. More than half of the jar was missing. Lin Feng couldn't see anything different about it. "Isn't it just a broken jar?" Lin Feng asked. "It's not that simple. Go and buy it." The fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the Taoist priest Wu Liang. "I want this jar. Name a price." "Young master, you have a good eye. It's enshrined on an altar. I'm guessing that it must be an extremely powerful treasure." The Taoist priest Wu Liang bragged until he couldn't continue bragging. He didn't know what the jar was for. He had checked it many times, but he couldn't find any secrets. "Just tell me the price," Lin Feng said. 50,000 gold coins. The Taoist priest Wu Liang said. "Deal." Lin Feng nodded and handed over 50,000 gold coins to the Taoist priest Wu Liang. "That kid isn't stupid, is he? 50,000 gold coins for a broken jar like that?" Many cultivators shook their heads and looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng walked over to the fire Qilin and asked, "What's so special about this jar?" The fire Qilin looked at the jar and was shocked. "I'll teach you a chant. Circulate your true qi according to the chant and try to inject it into the jar." Lin Feng nodded. A moment later, a message appeared in his mind. It was the chant that the fire Qilin had given him. According to the method recorded in the chant, he revolved his true qi and injected it into the broken jar. Boom! Suddenly, the jar in Lin Feng's hand came to life, and a suffocating aura emanated from it. It was as if a dormant primordial beast had awoken. Chapter 281. Oh my God, what's happening? Look, it's the broken jar in that little boy's hand. How is that possible? That broken jar is a precious treasure. Everybody was dumbstruck when they saw the jar in Lin Feng's hand. At this very moment, the broken jar emitted an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. Waves of distorted energy surged out from the broken jar. A black hole, like a black hole in the universe, flew out of the broken jar as if it could swallow everything. That was definitely an incredible treasure. When Lin Feng held the jar in his hand, he suddenly realized that his absorbing spirit was getting restless. It seemed like it was about to be activated. "What's that?" Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't thought that the broken jar would be so terrifying. The fire Qilin said telepathically, "Indeed, it's that treasure. It's the legendary Swallowing Sky Jar." Swallowing Sky Jar! Lin Feng was astonished. Just by hearing the name, he knew that the treasure was terrifying. Swallowing Sky. Swallowing Sky. It was a precious treasure that could even swallow the sky. The fire Qilin continued. The owner of the Swallowing Sky Jar was the peerless Demon Emperor. The Swallowing Sky Demon Emperor. The sky-devouring Demon Emperor was a gigantic cultivator in the ancient times. Back then, the sky-devouring Demon Emperor was invincible, but then he died. His treasure, the sky-devouring jug, disappeared without a trace. It's said that the sky-devouring Demon Emperor had the same spirit as you. The sky-devouring demon emperor's spirit was his treasure. Lin Feng was astonished. The swallowing sky demon emperor. What a domineering name. That ancient being had the same devouring martial spirit as Lin Feng. No wonder his natal treasure was called the swallowing sky jar. It seemed like the swallowing sky jar was closely related to the devouring martial spirit. The fire Qilin continued. In the future, you will need to forge your own natal magical treasure. This natal magical treasure will evolve as your cultivation level increases. Once you reach a high level, you will be able to use your natal magical treasure. Only then will you be able to display your strongest battle strength. Lin Feng nodded. What kind of treasure is that? Those waves are terrifying. Look at that black hole. It seems like it can swallow everything. Many people pointed at the swallowing sky jar and shouted in astonishment. This treasure caused everyone's heart to palpitate and move. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had an absorbing spirit, so he could use that treasure to its fullest potential. However, the jar was severely damaged. Many parts of it were missing. Perhaps he could find a way to find the remaining parts of the heaven-devouring jar in the future and reconstruct it. If he could really restore the heaven-devouring jar to its original state, it would be equivalent to a complete Saint King artifact. Lin Feng hastily withdrew his pure qi, and the jar gradually calmed down. Damn, my baby! Taoist Wuliang's chubby face twitched violently. He was so heartbroken that he almost convulsed. He actually sold such a treasure for 50,000 gold coins. What a great loss! Many people looked at Lin Feng with admiration and jealousy. Who would have thought the Taoist sky Taoist? Taoist, quick! Show us your treasures! Many people threw themselves at the boundless Taoist priest. They wanted to be like Lin Feng and find treasures from the pile of trash. The Taoist was overjoyed. What a bunch of idiots! See if I won't kill you. A commotion could be heard in the distance. A group of 5 or 6 people walked over. The leader was a young man who was about 17 or 18 years old. He was about the same age as Lin Feng. He was wearing an embroidered robe and looked very handsome. Tuoba Jun. He's a member of the Jin country's imperial family. He's the son of Qi Yun, the nephew of the Jin country's human emperor. Someone said in a low voice, pointing out the identity of the person who came. His identity was no small matter. The Jin country was a neighbor of the Zhan Wu country. It was said that the human emperor of the Jin country and the human emperor of the Zhan Wu country were good friends when they were young. They used to travel together. However, for some unknown reason, they broke off and the relationship between the Jin country and the Zhan Wu country became tense. Tuoba Jun looked at Lin Feng and said, "Show me the treasure you just obtained." Tuoba Jun's attitude of pointing at Lan Shan had a sense of superiority. Lin Feng reacted to his arrogance and said indifferently, "Why should I show it to you?" "Fuck, kid. How dare you talk to our young master like that?" One of Tuoba Jun's guards shouted coldly, said Tuoba Jun while waving his hand. The guard immediately shut his mouth. He was only looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way as if he was threatening Lin Feng. Lin Feng had better know what was good for him. Otherwise, there would be consequences. Tuoba Jun said, "I've taken a liking to this treasure of yours. You paid 50,000 gold coins for it, right? I paid 1,000,000 gold coins for it. You can sell it and earn 20 times the price. Now take it out. I'll give you the gold coins, and you'll give it to me." Tuoba Jun spoke to Lin Feng in an unquestionable tone. Tuoba Jun wants to buy that kid's treasure for 1,000,000 gold coins. I wonder if he'll sell it? That treasure is extremely mysterious. 1,000,000 gold coins can't buy it. A treasure like that can't be bought with money. Yeah, if I were that kid, I wouldn't sell it either. Hey, can't you see? Tuoba Jun's attitude is unyielding. It seems like he wants to force a deal. That kid's clothes are ordinary. He doesn't look like he's from a big faction. That's why he dares to do this. Many cultivators discussed. Lin Feng glanced at Tuoba Jun and said indifferently, "Not selling. What, not selling? Kid, you paid 50,000 gold coins for something, and I raised the price by 20 times. You still won't sell it? You're not giving me face, are you? Let me tell you, anyone who doesn't give me face won't have a good ending. Tuoba June's expression sank, and his eyes flashed coldly. Scram! Lin Feng said coldly. The surroundings suddenly became completely silent. Everyone stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. Many people thought they had misheard. What did that kid say? He actually told Tuoba June to scram. Is he tired of living? The Jin dynasty is an immortal dynasty. It's the strongest ancient dynasty in the East region. That kid actually dares to be so rude to Tuoba June? He's courting death. Many people shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng's actions weren't wise. There were many experts gathered here, and they could sense Lin Feng's strength. He was just a general. In front of an immortal dynasty, like the Jin dynasty, he was nothing. Tuoba June's expression sank. He still couldn't believe that someone dared to tell him to scram. Kid, do you know what you're doing? Tuoba June said coldly. Lin Feng said indifferently. Scram! I won't say it a third time. Chapter 282. Many people were astonished. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would dare to talk to Tuoba June like that. Telling Tuoba June to piss off was way too audacious. That brat, does he not know Tuoba June's identity? It doesn't matter if he knows Tuoba June's identity or not. He's already in big trouble. Tuoba June isn't someone anyone can offend. Could that brat be from some powerful group? Of the 3 ancient holy lands, many dynasties and sects who came this time, there isn't such a person. He's probably from an ordinary group. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to offend someone he shouldn't offend. He's going to be taught an unforgettable lesson today. Some people were talking among themselves, looking at Lin Feng with pity. There were also many people who were indifferently watching the conflict. It had nothing to do with them anyway. They were just watching a show. Tuoba June's face was gloomy. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. Young master. A few guards beside Tuoba June walked over. These guards all had deep and powerful auras. They were all at the martial general realm. Teach that brat a lesson, Tuoba June said coldly. Yes, young master. One of the guards stepped forward. That guard was tall and sturdy. His body contained a terrifying, explosive strength. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. When he erupted, the power emitted from his body produced a series of sonic booms. A general of the 2nd Celestial Layer Guard. There were many experts in the crowd. With a single glance, they could roughly guess the guard's cultivation level. Just as the punch was about to hit Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. Ka! His right hand caught the incoming fist of the guard. You! The guard's expression changed drastically. He struggled violently, but he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Lin Feng exerted a bit of force. Crack! The guard's palm was directly crushed by Lin Feng, and the guard couldn't help but let out a mournful scream. Lin Feng raised his leg and kicked the guard more than 30 meters away. Thump! Tuoba June's guard fell to the ground and fainted. Is this kid really that powerful? Many people were shocked. That was a guard in the martial general realm. Although he wasn't particularly powerful, Lin Feng was only 17 or 18 years old. His face was still young and tender, but he had defeated that guard in one move. From this, one could see how powerful Lin Feng was. All of you attack, Tuoba June ordered with a gloomy expression. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other 3 guards also rushed over and besieged Lin Feng. Those 3 guards were also generals. They were attacking Lin Feng from 3 different directions. They surrounded Lin Feng from all directions. However, Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. He suddenly rushed towards the person in front of him. Before the 3 of them could succeed in their encirclement, Lin Feng had already rushed in front of the first guard and punched him. With a loud bang, the 2 of them fiercely collided. The first guard couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack and was sent flying by Lin Feng. Crack! Crack! His arm was broken, and his body crashed into a fake mountain. The powerful impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he fell to the ground. Although he didn't faint, he had lost the ability to fight. The other two guards shouted angrily and quickly rushed over, attacking Lin Feng from the left and right. The guard on the left used the roaring tiger fist. It was like a ferocious tiger attacking, ferocious and domineering. The guard on the right used the rending eagle claw. His hands clenched into the shape of eagle claws that were extremely sharp and could tear through anything. Danger! Seeing the two of them attacking together, many people cried out in alarm, thinking that Lin Feng would be taken down by the two guards. Who would have thought? With a swoosh, Lin Feng disappeared on the spot as if he had teleported. So fast! Some of the strong cultivators were watching in the dark. Even with their strength, when they saw Lin Feng's speed, they were astonished. Not far away, Genie Chen looked over with an indifferent gaze. Qin Mubai's clothes were as white as snow. The more he looked over, the more surprised he was. Senior sister, that guy's speed is so fast. Even I couldn't see his movements clearly. A pretty girl in a light yellow dress snorted and said. Beside the girl was an extremely beautiful woman. She was dressed in white and looked like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens. Fairy Pavilions, Fairy Mengyao, one of the top 10 beauties in the 3,000 continents. She also looked over, and there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Swoosh! There was a flash of light, and Lin Feng appeared behind one of the guards. Look, that kid has appeared. He's too fast. I can't see his movements at all. Many people cried out in alarm, feeling shocked and moved. Bang! Lin Feng struck out with his palm and sent the guard flying, scattering his true qi and making him lose his ability to fight. Then, Lin Feng rushed toward the last guard. The guard's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Lin Feng threw a punch and sent the guard flying. Whoosh! At that moment, a cold light soared into the sky. Everyone could see that it was a jade ruler the size of a palm. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon, an extremely precious treasure. With a light strike, it could instantly shatter a 10,000 zhang tall mountain into pieces. The jade ruler was called the Dark Heavy Ruler, and it was forged from deep-sea dark heavy jade. Lin Feng felt the attack of the Dark Heavy Ruler, and his expression changed slightly. He did not meet it head-on, but quickly retreated. Kid, it's useless. Once I use my Dark Heavy Ruler, I won't let you go until you're bleeding. Tuoba Jun said coldly. Humph! Lin Feng sneered and took out the Devouring Heaven Jar. Lin Feng activated the Devouring Heaven Jar according to the method taught to him by the Fire Qilin. Buzz! A twisted black vortex formed in the Devouring Heaven Jar. The vortex was like a black hole in the universe, as if it could devour everything. Tuoba Jun's treasure, the Dark Heavy Ruler, flew quickly and swept toward Lin Feng. However, at that moment, the Devouring Heaven Jar released a terrifying devouring power that enveloped the Dark Heavy Ruler. The Dark Heavy Ruler was directly swallowed by the Devouring Heaven Jar. Wah! The connection between Tuoba Jun and the Dark Heavy Ruler was forcefully severed by the Devouring Heaven Jar. Tuoba Jun immediately suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Come out, Dark Heavy Ruler. Lin Feng patted the Devouring Heaven Jar, and the Dark Heavy Ruler flew out. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of true qi at the Dark Heavy Ruler and refined it. That's my treasure. How dare you steal my treasure? Give it back to me, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Tua Ba Jun's precious treasure had been stolen by Lin Feng. He was going crazy. His face was distorted. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took out the Dark Heavy Ruler and swept it across the void. With a bang, Tuoba Jun was sent flying. Chapter 283. That broken jar is so powerful. It directly cut off the connection between the Dark Heavy Buster Sword and Tuoba Jun. "Oh my God! What kind of treasure is that broken jar? It's so powerful!" Many people exclaimed as they looked at the sky-devouring jar in Lin Feng's hand. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and snatch it for themselves. Such a supreme treasure was truly too terrifying. The dark heavy Buster Sword was connected to Tuoba Jun's mind. Only by killing Tuoba Jun would one be able to snatch the dark heavy Buster Sword. However, Lin Feng's broken jar could forcefully cut off the connection between a cultivator and a spiritual weapon. This kind of ability was really too abnormal. Moreover, the dark heavy Buster Sword was so powerful, but it was easily devoured by the broken jar. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the broken jar was. Lin Feng was also shocked by the sky-devouring jar's power. He put away the sky-devouring jar and the dark heavy Buster Sword, then walked up to Tuoba Jun and looked at him indifferently. "I really don't know where you got the right to be so arrogant. Scram, I can't be bothered to bicker with trash like you." Lin Feng looked at Tuoba Jun with disdain. At this moment, Tuoba Jun felt as if he had fallen from the clouds high above. His face became ferocious. Tuoba Jun looked at Lin Feng with hatred and said through gritted teeth, "Brat, I'll remember you. Just you wait. If you offend me, Tuoba Jun, I'll definitely turn you into ashes." Tuoba Jun didn't forget to say a few words before he left. However, Lin Feng's face suddenly darkened. He looked coldly at Tuoba Jun and said, "You really don't know what's good for you. I told you to scram, but you actually dared to provoke me." With that, Lin Feng grabbed Tuoba Jun's neck and lifted him up. "Brat, let me go. I'm the crown prince of the Jin country, a relative of the royal family. If you dare to touch me, you're dead." Tuoba Jun roared. "You're in my hands, and you still dare to threaten me? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. I think I should let you clear your head." Lin Feng carried Tuoba Jun to the pond. "What is he trying to do?" Many people muttered. Lin Feng turned Tuoba Jun upside down and stuck his head into the pool. "What the?" Seeing this scene, many people rolled their eyes and the corners of their mouths twitched violently. This was like stabbing a scallion upside down. Tuoba Jun was trapped by Lin Feng's spirit formation and couldn't struggle at all. Just like that, he was stuck in the pond, causing many onlookers to feel chills down their spines. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with awe and fear in their eyes. Who would have thought that such a delicate and pretty young man would actually think of such an evil punishment method? "Sir, please come upstairs." At this time, a maidservant walked down and smiled at Lin Feng. The second floor was a place where only the top powers and influential people could go. Even the younger generation of ancient powers weren't qualified to go there. "May I know who invited me?" asked Lin Feng. "You'll know when you get there," said the maidservant. Lin Feng nodded and followed the maidservant to the second floor. The fire Qilin calmly followed Lin Feng. There weren't many people on the second floor. There were middle-aged cultivators and young cultivators. The one who invited Lin Feng was Goddess Meng Yao, which surprised Lin Feng. He had seen Goddess Meng Yao before outside the Undying Mountain Range. She was a celestial being. "Have we met before?" Goddess Meng Yao's voice was gentle and pleasant. "Outside the Undying Mountain Range, I once saw Goddess Meng Yao." Lin Feng nodded. Even in front of someone like Goddess Meng Yao, who was neither servile nor overbearing. "What's your name?" asked the girl next to Goddess Meng Yao curiously. Her name was Hong Xian, and she rarely looked strange. She kept looking at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. This is my junior sister, Hong Xian, said Goddess Meng Yao. Goddess Meng Yao smiled. When she looked back, her smile was extremely charming. Perhaps the saying, "the 6 palaces are colorless," was referring to her charm? "I have an ancient secret technique. How about exchanging that agility technique for yours?" said Hong Xian. She seemed to be very interested in Lin Feng's agility technique. Lin Feng smiled but didn't reply. Goddess Meng Yao said, "Junior sister, don't be rude." At that moment, Some people came down from the third floor. They were young people, both men and women. When they saw Goddess Meng Yao, they walked over. Lin Feng was surprised to see Zi Yao and the others from the Heaven Lake Divine Land. There were two beauties in the world, and they were both peerless beauties. They were called the Twin Pearls. They were the genius alchemist Zi Yao from the Heaven Lake Divine Land and Goddess Meng Yao from the Fairy Pavilion. One of them was like a celestial lotus, and her temperament was ethereal. The other was like a fairy from the ninth heaven, and her temperament was otherworldly. Sister Meng Yao, I didn't think you'd come, said Zi Yao with a smile. Sister Zi Yao, long time no see. Goddess Meng Yao also smiled. Xie Lingfei, who was next to Zi Yao, bowed to Goddess Meng Yao. Greetings, Sister Meng Yao. Sister Lingfei, you're welcome. Goddess Meng Yao smiled beautifully. The others also bowed to Goddess Meng Yao. She was the holy maiden of the Fairy Pavilion, and her status was very high. The Fairy Pavilion's influence was even greater than that of an ancient holy land. Goddess Meng Yao, I'm Chunyang from the Penglai Holy Land. Chunyang had a smile on his face like a spring breeze. Goddess Meng Yao smiled and nodded. Chunyang's gaze suddenly landed on Lin Feng, who was standing to the side. He looked at Lin Feng arrogantly and said, Kid, how did you get in here? Lin Gongzi, you're here too. Zi Yao also saw Lin Feng and looked happy. Lin Feng nodded and said, I didn't think we'd meet again so soon. When he saw that Lin Feng was ignoring him, Chunyang's expression sank, and he said coldly, Kid, I'm asking you a question. Lin Feng glanced at Chunyang and said, I don't need to report how I got in, right? You're just a low-level cultivator from a tiny country. How can you be qualified to come to this kind of gathering? I suspect that you've snuck in here, and I can ask people to kick you out at any time. Chunyang's lips curved into a disdainful smile. Xie Lingfei curled her lips and said, What are these guards doing? What kind of person can sneak in? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Chunyang and Xie Lingfei were a little too full of themselves. Goddess Meng Yao looked unhappy and said, Lin Gongzi is my friend. Chunyang and Xie Lingfei were stunned. Chunyang said, I see. He did not say anything else, and he only looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Chapter 284. At that moment, a commotion could be heard in the distance, attracting the attention of many people. Many people quickly gathered around. Sister, let's go and take a look. Hong Xiana whispered. Goddess Meng Yao nodded and said, Lin Gongzi, shall we go and take a look? All right. Lin Feng nodded. Xie Lingfei said disdainfully, He's just a lowly cultivator. Why does Goddess Meng Yao value him so much? She still had a disdainful expression on her face. Xie Lingfei came from an ancient power like the Heaven Lake Divine Land, and she was a genius alchemist. The people she came into contact with were also from top powers. Lin Feng came from a secular country like the Jianmu country, so he naturally wasn't taken seriously by the heirs of top powers. Zi Yao said, Sister, you shouldn't judge a person by their background. Even some sage emperors from the immemorial era came from lowly backgrounds, but their achievements were unparalleled. Xie Lingfei sneered and said, Sister, you're using the sage emperors as an example? Is that kid even worthy? You should change your arrogant personality, said Lin Feng. Zi Yao shook her head. Chunyang said, Actually, Sister Lingfei is right. We're all heirs of ancient holy lands. That kid's status is too different from ours. He's not even from the same world. We should avoid interacting with people like him as much as possible. Otherwise, it'll damage our statuses. Zi Yao didn't comment and said, Let's go and take a look. They walked towards a place not far away. Everyone, heroes have gathered here. There are as many strong cultivators here as there are clouds. I presume there are also high-level alchemists here? A cultivator around 30 years old said loudly. He was surrounded by the crowd. Who's that? Lin Feng was puzzled. He didn't understand why so many people were surrounding this person. His name is Qian Ruiyuan. He's a descendant of an ancient sage emperor. Hong Xian whispered. Lin Feng was astonished. This person's status was extraordinary. No wonder so many people had gathered around him. Many people probably wanted to befriend him. Brother Qian, I'm Huang Shiji. I'm an alchemist. A cultivator around 30 years old walked out and cupped his fists. I am Zhenli, also an alchemist. I am... More than a dozen people walked out in succession, all with the identity of alchemists. It's rare to see alchemists, but there are so many of them today. Lin Feng whispered. Hong Xian said, this is a high-level gathering of the top forces. Isn't it normal for there to be some alchemists? Furthermore, as far as I know, there are 7 or 8 spirit array masters here. Even though Hong Xian came from a top-notch faction like the Fairy Pavilion, she was still envious when she talked about spirit array masters. Countless people wanted to become a spirit array master. Even if they couldn't become a spirit array master, they wanted to at least become an alchemist. However, out of 1 million cultivators, it would be considered good if one of them could become a spirit array master or an alchemist. Therefore, spirit array masters and alchemists were highly respected. Senior sister, quickly look. It's Qian Ruiyuan, the descendant of the ancient saint emperor. I wonder why he came here to find an alchemist. We are alchemists. If we can form a relationship with Qian Ruiyuan, it will be of great benefit to us in the future. After seeing Qian Ruiyuan, Xia Lingfei revealed an excited expression. The Tianwu continent's 3,000 continents was a world where strength was respected. Ancient factions, ancient sects, and celestial dynasties were all on the same level. Above them were some ancient families and clans. Below them were the ancient sacred lands, the 4 ancient empires, and the ancient families that had been passed down since the immemorial era. Among the top forces, such as the ancient sacred lands and the immemorial era, there were also strong and weak forces. The strongest forces were those that had been passed down from the ancient saint emperor. As a descendant of the ancient saint emperor, Qian Ruiyuan was definitely a figure that attracted the attention of the 3,000 continents. If it had been during the immemorial era, Qian Ruiyuan would have been the prince of the 3,000 continents of the Tianwu continent. Countless people from the ancient sacred lands and ancient families would have to bow to Qian Ruiyuan when they saw him. However, even if it wasn't during the immemorial era, the descendant of the ancient saint emperor still had a transcendent status. Chunyang said, if we can form a relationship with Qian Ruiyuan, it will be very important for our future. Qian Ruiyuan said, this time I came here to ask for your help. I have a piece of black ironwood here, and I need to extract the divine liquid from it. If anyone can help me, I will give them a leaf from the tree of life. Ah, a leaf from the tree of life? Many people's faces were filled with shock. The tree of life was one of the 3 holy trees of the immemorial era. It was said that its leaves could bring people back from the dead. Let me try. A pharmacist walked out. My name is Zhou Zhang, and I come from the ancient Zhou clan. I'm a low-level mystic pharmacist. Why don't you give it a try? Qian Ruiyuan nodded and took out a palm-sized piece of wood. This should be the black ironwood. The black ironwood was the core of the ancient divine tree, the black ironwood. The black ironwood had long been extinct, so its value was immeasurable. Qian Ruiyuan took out his medicinal cauldron. Qian Ruiyuan's medicinal cauldron was purple in color with 4 dragons carved on it. That's the 4-dragon cauldron. It said that when the cauldron was made, it was made with dragon blood. It's a priceless treasure. Many people cried out in surprise. Most of the time, the quality of a pharmacist's cauldron was a reflection of their status. A smug look appeared on Zhou Zhang's face as he placed the black ironwood into the 4-dragon cauldron. Following that, Zhou Zhang flicked his finger and a bluish-purple flame appeared at his fingertip. Roar! A ferocious beast could be faintly seen in the flame. baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Many people's ears hurt from the roar. Someone cried out, "That's a Bayan beast. It's the famous Bayan demonic fire. It's ranked 67th on the list of demonic fires. Indeed, it's the Bayan demonic fire. I spent a lot of effort to get it," Zhou Zhang said proudly. The four-dragon cauldron and the Bai and demonic fire made Zhou Zhang very proud. Many pharmacists looked at him with envy. "Let's start," Qian Ruiyuan said. "Don't worry, Brother Qian. I won't let you down." Zhou Zhang nodded and flicked his finger. The Bai and demonic fire at his fingertips flew into the four-dragon cauldron and started refining the black ironwood. The fire Qilin said disdainfully, "A mere Bai and demonic fire wants to melt the black ironwood? You're overestimating yourself." Only Lin Feng heard the fire unicorns whisper. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Zhang, who was absorbing the black ironwood. Chapter 285. The scorching flames burned fiercely, emitting a suffocating temperature. The temperature in the room rose higher and higher. Zhou Zhang raised the temperature of the Bai and demon fire to the extreme, and at the same time the four-dragon cauldron seemed to come to life. The four dragons carved on the cauldron suddenly came to life and swam around the cauldron. Finally, they soared into the sky and flew into the cauldron, fusing with the Bai and demon fire and helping Zhou Zhang refine the black ironwood. As expected of a famous cauldron, it was so miraculous. But Zhou Zhang tried his best, but the black ironwood remained motionless. Zhou Zhang's forehead was covered in sweat as he muttered, "Impossible! How can I not refine a piece of spiritual wood?" "Brother Zhou, you can end it now," Qian Ruiyuan said. Zhou Zhang was unwilling, but he didn't dare go against Qian Ruiyuan's words. Although Qian Ruiyuan looked very amiable, don't forget who he was. He was a direct descendant of the ancient sacred king. His status was extraordinary. Going against Qian Ruiyuan's words was the same as courting death. "Sorry I couldn't complete it," Zhou Zhang said apologetically. "It's fine," Qian Ruiyuan nodded. Zhou Zhang walked away with a defeated expression, and another alchemist tried to refine the black ironwood. But soon the second alchemist failed as well. The fire Qilin whispered, "The black ironwood is an ancient divine wood, and it's resistant to fire. The refining method also has extremely strict requirements. How can it be so easy to extract the divine liquid from the black ironwood?" Qian Ruiyuan is a descendant of the ancient sacred emperor, so he must know a lot of high-level alchemists. Obviously, even those people can extract it. These small fries still have fantasies about it. How laughable! Lin Feng kicked the fire Qilin, telling it to shut up. "Just keep it in your heart, and don't say it out loud. If those alchemists heard it, they would skin you alive." Those alchemists weren't simple people. The fire Qilin was very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's kick, and it bared its teeth at Lin Feng. "What kind of spirit beast is this? It looks so cute. Hong Xian." I wanted to hug the fire Qilin when she saw it. The fire Qilin rolled its eyes and tried to grab Hong Xian with its claws. Hong Xian, I was so scared that she retracted her hand. "This guy is very fierce. Don't provoke him," Lin Feng said. Hong Xian nodded and snorted as she looked at the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin had a rather gloomy expression. In the past, the divine beast Lord Fire Qilin that swept through the 3,000 provinces, an existence that even the ancient sacred land's sacred lord had to call lord, was actually called cute by a young girl. The fire Qilin had an urge to bang his head against a tofu and die. Alchemists tried one after another, but all of them failed. They were simply unable to refine the black ironwood. At this time, Xieling Fei walked out. "Are you from the heaven, Lake Divine Land?" Qian Ruiyuan raised his eyebrows. Xieling Fei was delighted and said, "Yes. I didn't think that you would still remember me." Not long ago, Xieling Fei, Ziyao, and the others had followed their elders to the third floor to greet some seniors. At that time, Qian Ruiyuan was also on the third floor. "Yes." Qian Ruiyuan nodded and said, "Let's begin then." "Yes," Xie Lingfei said happily. It was as if being remembered by Qian Ruiyuan was a great honor. Xie Lingfei took out a medicinal cauldron. This was also a precious medicinal cauldron called the Blood Iron Cauldron. It was completely blood red. Next, Xie Lingfei took out her own flame, and a blue flame jumped out. The blue heart flame ranked 36th on the Earth Flame rankings. Many people were shocked. This was a very terrifying earth flame that was located deep underground. This kind of earth flame was very difficult to refine. Countless people had tried to refine the blue heart flame, but had failed and been burned to death by the flames. However, Xie Lingfei was actually able to refine such a high-level earth flame. She was indeed worthy of being the successor of an ancient sacred land. Demonic fire is the flame inside the demonic beast's body. Earth fire is the flame produced by the movement of the core world. Demonic fire and earth fire are the same kind of flame, and many people can refine them. Demonic fire is the same kind of flame. Demonic fire is the same kind of flame. Demonic fire is the same kind of flame. Demonic fire and earth fire are the same kind of flame. Demonic fire and earth fire are the same kind of flame, and many people can refine them. Demonic fire is the same kind of flame that all demonic beasts have. Killing these demonic beasts can take away the flame. Earth fire is the same kind of flame. Many places may have the same kind of earth fire, and you can refine it as long as you find it. Xie Lingfei took out the blue heart flame to refine the black ironwood. However, not long after, her face turned pale because the black ironwood did not move at all. Xie Lingfei could only give up and retreat. After Xie Lingfei, Qinyang also walked out. Qinyang used the Azure Ocean Cauldron. It was rumored that it was made from a kind of divine or found deep in the ocean and was extremely famous. As for Qinyang's flame, it was ranked 29th, the red blood demon dragon fire. This kind of demon fire was abnormally strong. In the depths of the demon fire, there was a demon dragon that was roaring and shaking the sky. The red blood demon dragon was said to be a race born from the union of the dragon clan and the fire demon clan. Although it was not a pure dragon bloodline, it was still a descendant of the dragon clan and was very strong. Dragon roars came from the cauldron as the red blood demon dragon fire burned the black ironwood. However, the black ironwood did not move at all. How can this be? Qinyang was very unwilling. He wanted to extract the divine liquid from the black ironwood. Not only could he obtain the Tree of Life's leaf, but he could also use this opportunity to become friends with Qian Ruiyuan. But now everything was in vain. Qinyang retreated with a pale face. "Senior sister, go and try. Your purple gold blazing sky flame might succeed," Xie Lingfei said. Zi Yao nodded slightly and walked out. "So it's Zi Yao." Qian Ruiyuan recognized Zi Yao, who was both beautiful and talented. "Senior brother Qian, let me try," said Zi Yao, taking out her cauldron. The cauldron was a fiery red cauldron, and there was a phoenix drawn on the cauldron. Heavens, it's the phoenix cauldron. It's that cauldron. According to legends, the phoenix cauldron was made by an ancient holy emperor. That ancient holy emperor wanted to turn the phoenix cauldron into the 109th divine cauldron, but he failed. However, even though he failed, the phoenix cauldron is still very close to the legendary 108 divine cauldrons, said someone in astonishment. Amidst everyone's startled cries, Zi Yao took out her own flame. It was a kind of purple gold flame that fiercely jumped, emitting a noble aura. It's ranked second on the list of earth flames, the purple gold blazing sky flame. Many people gasped. Apart from the 72 legendary celestial flames, it was ranked second among all the flames. Many people had tried to enter the underground world to refine it, but they had all died in a sea of flames. Qian Guan's eyelids twitched as he said, "Zi Yao, as expected of an outstanding alchemist of the younger generation. Please begin." Zi Yao nodded and started using the phoenix cauldron and the purple gold blazing sky flame to refine the black ironwood. The fire Qilin whispered, "That little girl has some skill." "It's not easy to get your praise," said Zi Yao. "It's not easy," whispered the Lin Feng. Zi Yao activated her violet gold sky, rending flames to refine the black ironwood. But very quickly, Zi Yao discovered that it wasn't so easy to refine the black ironwood. She increased the temperature of her flames, and at the same time, activated the phoenix treasured cauldron. The phoenix engraved on the phoenix treasured cauldron came to life and flew into the cauldron, spewing out phoenix flames to refine the black ironwood together with Zi Yao. However, the black ironwood still didn't move. "I failed." Zi Yao shook her head. Even Zi Yao failed. That's the combination of the phoenix cauldron and the purple gold blazing sky flame, but it still failed. Who else can refine the black ironwood? It's impossible to refine the black ironwood, right? Many people were discussing this. Qian Ruiyuan sighed. He needed the black ironwood's divine liquid, but many people had failed to extract it. Feeling helpless, he said, "It's fine. Don't worry about it, Zi Yao." Zi Yao bowed slightly and retreated. Qian Yuan put the black ironwood away and was about to leave. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "I wonder if I can give it a try?" Chapter 286. Swish! Everyone's gaze turned to the person who spoke. Everyone discovered that it was actually a youth. Who's that? Even Zi Yao failed and he still wants to try? Is he also a disciple of an ancient holy land? I don't think there's anyone like him in those ancient organizations. Some people were pointing at Lin Feng and whispering to each other. "You want to try too?" Xie Lingfei said disdainfully. "You're an alchemist too?" "PFFF. Even a small country has alchemists. Is he an alchemist's apprentice? Or is he trying to attract senior brother Qian's attention? Don't make a fool of yourself here." "Junior sister, shut up." Zi Yao looked at Xie Lingfei unhappily, then at Lin Feng apologetically. Lin Feng nodded slightly, indicating that he didn't take it to heart. "Who's this little brother?" Qian Ruiyuan looked at Lin Feng. "Chunyang," said senior brother Qian, "this kid is from this small country, Zhenwu country. He might have studied alchemy for a few days, but we don't know if he's refined his own flame. I think he's just trying to attract senior brother Qian's attention. Senior sister, Chunyang and Xie Lingfei are too much." Hong Xan wrinkled her nose and said, "The disciples of ancient holy lands are very arrogant, and they look down on people from small organizations. Furthermore, Zhenwu country is a small country that can't even be found on the map of Tianwu continent's 3,000 provinces. Lin Gongzi is from Zhenwu country, so they naturally look down on him even more. In addition, they've all failed, but Lin Gongzi still wants to try. It's normal for them to humiliate him." Meng Yao said. Many people looked over, including Qin Mubai, Jeannie Chen, and the others. Qian Ruiyuan frowned slightly, not knowing if he was unhappy because of Lin Feng or because of Qin Yang's interruption. Said Lin Feng, "I wonder if I can try?" Qian Ruiyuan nodded and said, "Come and try." Lin Feng walked over. He took out his cauldron. Puff! The crowd burst into laughter. Lin Feng's medicinal cauldron was purchased from an auction house. Although it was worth tens of thousands of gold coins, it obviously couldn't be compared to other people's precious medicinal cauldrons. A good cauldron could buy several secular countries. This was the value of a medicinal cauldron. For example, Chen Yang's deep ocean cauldron was not something that could be measured with money. This deep ocean cauldron was enough to buy 10 countries the size of true martial country. As for Zi Yao's phoenix treasured cauldron, it was simply impossible to estimate its value. It was a treasure forged by a primeval divine emperor, and it was sufficient to cause a rain of blood. "Kid, what kind of cauldron is this? Could it also be a precious cauldron? What was it made of?" Chunyang looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly and looked coldly at Qin Yang. Then he loosened his clenched fists and said, "Concoct medicine. A cauldron is just a support." "Puff, you're quite good at finding excuses for yourself. A slightly better cauldron costs billions of gold coins. Some famous cauldrons can't be bought with gold coins and require spirit stones. As for those precious cauldrons, even spirit stones can't buy them. Given your poor appearance, you can only use a medicinal cauldron used by apprentice alchemists," Qian Ruiyuan said. Qian Ruiyuan said with some displeasure, "Brother Qin, if you have something to say, can you wait until Brother Lin is done before speaking?" Qin Yang said I misspoke. "I hope Senior Brother Qian doesn't take offense." Qian Ruiyuan nodded and didn't say anything else. Qin Yang blamed Qian Ruiyuan's reprimand on Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. "Can we begin?" Qian Ruiyuan looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. He stood in front of the table as Lin Feng placed the black ironwood into the cauldron. Lin Feng closed his eyes and pondered how to refine the black ironwood. Refining the black ironwood required not only a powerful flame, but also the correct method. In fact, Zi Yao's sky-rending violet gold fire could refine the black ironwood, but she had failed. That was because Zi Yao didn't know the method. The fire Qilin narrowed its eyes at Lin Feng and muttered, "You've learned 3,000 refining methods from the ancient alchemy god. If you can't even extract the divine liquid from the black ironwood, then it'll be too disappointing." Swoosh! Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and flicked his finger. A faint purple flame jumped out. "Huh, what kind of flame is that?" Many people were astonished. Faint purple. Could it be the 936th ranked violet void flame? Puff! As expected of someone from a small place. Even the flames he refines are so different. Some people sneered. Lin Feng acted as if he didn't hear the mocking voices. Every time he refined medicine, all of his focus would be on the cauldron. He flicked his finger. The purple earth core flame flew out and wrapped around the black ironwood. An ancient divine wood like the black ironwood was very difficult to refine. The surface of the black ironwood was a very strange material that was impervious to fire and water. However, since it was a spiritual wood, there must be a way to refine it. Lin Feng thought for a while and came up with a method. He controlled the purple earth core flame and burned the same area of the black ironwood. As long as he could destroy the surface structure of the black ironwood, Lin Feng would have a way to completely destroy the powerful defensive power of the black ironwood from the inside. No matter how hard a material was, it had a weakness. Lin Feng's mind was completely merged with the black ironwood and the purple earth core flame. The purple earth core flame's temperature was constantly changing. Every second, there would be 30 different temperatures, alternating. This was an extremely huge test for an alchemist. Lin Feng used this extremely short period of 30 repeated temperature changes to create a huge impact on the black ironwood. This was a method passed down by the ancient alchemist god. If cultivated to the peak, one could create 10,000 different temperature changes in a second. If one could reach this level, any material would be disintegrated by the impact of these different temperature changes. However, Lin Feng's cultivation and soul power were not enough. Controlling the purple earth core flame to change the temperature 30 times in a second was already the limit. When refining medicine, different temperatures collided to create a powerful destructive force. This was also the principle. Everyone's eyes looked at Lin Feng. Chunyang, Xialing Fei, and the others were disdainful. They didn't think that Lin Feng could succeed. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise. The alchemy cauldron on the table couldn't withstand the destructive force created by the Skyfire's 30 temperature changes in a second. The alchemy cauldron exploded.